Hey my dear listener, before we start, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Comment down where are you from and what's your time right now. Let's jump into the video. Story 1. Trial by ordeal when boiling water decided your innocence. Imagine waking before sunrise in a medieval village. The air is cold, the ground slightly damp from the night's mist, and the faint smell of wood smoke drifts from the cottages around you. You already know this will not be an ordinary day. Today, your fate will be decided by boiling water. Not by witnesses, not by careful reasoning, not even by a judge who studies evidence. Instead, the truth as the people of medieval Europe believed would be revealed by God Himself through a process called trial by ordeal. And if God did not intervene, you might die. This method of justice was used across much of medieval Europe between the 9th and early 13th centuries. It appeared in villages, towns, monasteries, and royal courts. In a world where literacy was rare and investigations were difficult, communities relied on rituals that blended law, religion, and belief. To modern eyes, the system feels strange and frightening. Yet for many people living at the time, it felt logical, even fair. Because if God was just, surely God would protect the innocent. But first, we should step quietly into the village square, where the ordeal is about to begin. Accusation in a small community. Medieval villages were tightly connected places. You knew everyone around you. The baker knew who owed money. The miller knew whose grain arrived late. The priest knew the private worries of nearly every family. Because of this closeness, accusations could spread quickly. Perhaps someone claimed you stole a silver spoon. Perhaps a neighbor accused you of cheating during a land agreement. Or maybe livestock went missing and suspicion slowly turned toward you. Evidence in the modern sense was rarely available. There were no forensic tools, no police detectives, and no written contracts for most transactions. Instead, disputes often depended on oaths. If you were accused, you could swear before God that you were innocent. Sometimes you could gather oath helpers' neighbors willing to swear that they believed your statement. But if your reputation was uncertain, or if the accusation was serious enough, the court might decide that words were no longer enough. At that point, the judge, often a local lord or magistrate, could order an ordeal. And once the ordeal was announced, the entire village knew what it meant. God would decide. Preparing for the ordeal. An ordeal was not performed casually. It followed a detailed ritual overseen by the church. In fact, priests were central to the process. Medieval people believed that God would reveal truth through sacred ceremony, and the priest's role was to ensure the ritual was properly conducted. Preparation often began days in advance. You, the accused, might be required to fast for 3 days. During this time, you would pray, confess sins, and prepare spiritually for what lay ahead. Fasting served several purposes. On the surface, it was meant to purify the soul, but it also created a quiet atmosphere of seriousness and fear. Every meal you skipped reminded you of the moment approaching. Meanwhile, the priest prepared the church. Inside the stone building, candles would be arranged near the altar. Holy water was blessed. Sacred texts were read aloud. The instruments of the ordeal were placed where the community could see them. For the ordeal of boiling water, a large iron cauldron might be set over a fire. Villagers often gathered early to watch. Justice was not a private matter. It belonged to the community. They whispered to one another as smoke curled upward from the flames heating the water. Would you survive? Why people trusted the ordeal. At first glance, trial by ordeal seems brutally irrational. But to understand it, we must enter the medieval mindset. In the Middle Ages, God was not an abstract concept. Divine power was believed to operate constantly in everyday life. Storms were signs. Illness had spiritual meaning. harvest success could be interpreted as divine favor. So when courts faced a dispute with no clear evidence, it felt reasonable to ask God for judgment. The ordeal functioned almost like a divine test. If you were innocent, God would protect you. If you were guilty, God would allow the injury to reveal the truth. Many people believed this sincerely. Even those facing the ordeal sometimes trusted the system. Some accused individuals volunteered for it, confident that God would defend them. Others, of course, were terrified, because survival was not guaranteed. The three most common ordeals. By the 11th and 12th centuries, several forms of ordeal had become common across Europe. Each one tested the body in a different way. 1. The ordeal of hot iron. You might be required to carry a red-hot iron bar for several paces. Afterward, your hand would be wrapped in bandages and sealed. 3 days later, the wound would be examined. If it healed cleanly, you were innocent. If it showed infection or severe burns, the verdict was guilt. 2. The ordeal of cold water. In this version, you were bound with rope and lowered into water, often a river or pond. The belief was simple. Water, having been blessed, would reject the guilty. If you floated, it meant the water refused you, proving guilt. If you sank, the water accepted you, proving innocence. Unfortunately, sinking while tied up carried obvious dangers. Some accused people drowned before anyone could pull them back out. 3. The ordeal of boiling water. This was the ordeal waiting for you today in the village square. The ritual was both simple and frightening. Inside the cauldron, water was heated until it bubbled violently. At the bottom of the pot, a small object, perhaps a stone or metal ring, was placed. Your task was to reach into the boiling water and retrieve it. Afterward, your hand would be bandaged and sealed. Then everyone waited 3 days. Those 3 days could feel longer than the ordeal itself, because the condition of your wound would determine whether you walked free or faced punishment. A village watches. As the sun rises higher over the village, more people gather. Farmers pause their morning work. Children stand quietly beside their parents. Even travelers passing through may stop to watch. Justice was a public spectacle, but it was not entertainment in the modern sense. Most spectators treated the moment with solemn respect. They believed they were witnessing divine judgment. The priest begins reciting prayers in Latin. Few villagers understand the language, but the rhythm of the words is familiar. The smoke from the fire drifts upward, mixing with the scent of incense from the church. You stand nearby, surrounded by officials. Your hand trembles slightly. Perhaps you are innocent, perhaps you are not. But now it no longer matters what you claim. Soon the water will decide. The moment of the test. The priest raises his hand. The prayers stop. For a moment, the village square becomes very quiet. The cauldron boils loudly beside you. Steam rises into the cold morning air. You step forward. The judge nods. The priest speaks the final blessing, asking God to reveal the truth through the ordeal. And then slowly, you reach your hand toward the boiling water. This moment, this single movement was believed to place your fate directly into divine hands. But what happened next often depended on something far more human. Because the priest, the bandages, and the inspection 3 days later could change everything. And sometimes, the outcome had less to do with miracles, and more to do with quiet decisions made behind the scenes. Which raises a question that medieval villagers themselves sometimes whispered about. If God truly judged every ordeal, why did some wounds heal perfectly, while others condemned people to punishment or death? And what really happened during those mysterious 3 days of waiting? Your hand disappears into the boiling water. For a brief moment, the entire village seems to hold its breath. The steam rises around your arm and the water roars loudly as it boils. Somewhere behind you, a child gasps. A few villagers look away, unable to watch. Others lean forward, curious and tense. You feel the object at the bottom of the pot, the small stone or ring that was dropped there before the ritual began. Your fingers close around it. Then you pull your hand back out. The ordeal itself is over in seconds, but strangely, this is not the moment when the judgment is decided. In fact, what happens immediately afterward may be even more important. Because now begins the quiet and uncertain period that medieval people feared almost as much as the ordeal itself. The waiting, binding the wound. As soon as the object is removed from the cauldron, the priest steps forward. Your hand is red and wet, and the skin already looks swollen. The priest examines it carefully, not with the curiosity of a doctor, but with the seriousness of someone performing a sacred duty. A clean cloth is brought forward. The hand is wrapped slowly and deliberately. The process follows a strict ritual. The priest may sprinkle holy water over the bandage or recite another prayer while sealing it. Sometimes wax seals or knots are added so that the bandage cannot be removed without detection. Everyone watching understands the purpose of this. The wound must remain untouched until the appointed day of inspection. If someone secretly unwrapped the bandage, applied herbs, or treated the injury, the divine judgment might be disturbed. The entire process depended on the belief that the wound would develop naturally under God's supervision. Once your hand is wrapped, you are allowed to leave. But the ordeal is far from finished. For the next 3 days, your future hangs in uncertainty. The longest 3 days. You return home with your injured hand. Perhaps a neighbor walks beside you in silence. Perhaps your family waits anxiously inside your cottage. No one quite knows what to say. In medieval villages, time moved slowly under normal circumstances. But during the waiting period after an ordeal, every hour could feel painfully long. The wound throbs constantly. Burns from boiling water are severe, and infection is common. Medical knowledge during the Middle Ages was limited, and even minor injuries could become dangerous. But the bandage cannot be opened. You are expected to wait patiently, trusting in divine justice. Meanwhile, the village continues its routine. Farmers tend their animals, bakers prepare bread, children run through muddy paths between cottages. Yet everyone remembers what happened in the square. Your ordeal becomes the quiet topic of conversation. Some villagers believe strongly in your innocence. Others remain doubtful. A few may secretly hope that the ordeal proves you guilty, especially if old disputes or jealousies linger. These opinions, though unspoken during the ritual, often influence how people interpret the results. Because while God is supposed to decide the outcome, human judgment still surrounds the process. How the inspection worked. 3 days later, the community gathers again. The same priest who oversaw the ordeal prepares to examine your hand. You stand before him once more, likely tired, anxious, and uncertain about what the bandage will reveal. The priest carefully removes the wrapping. Everyone leans forward. The condition of your skin will determine your fate. According to medieval belief, an innocent person would show signs of healing, perhaps mild redness, but nothing severe. A guilty person, on the other hand, would display infection, swelling, or serious burns. In theory, the distinction seemed clear. In reality, it was far more complicated. Burn injuries behave unpredictably. Some wounds heal surprisingly well. Others become infected even with careful treatment. And the priest examining the wound was not a medical specialist. He was interpreting the injury through a religious lens, which meant that the final verdict often involved more judgment than many people realized. The hidden flexibility of the system. Historians studying medieval legal records have noticed something interesting. Trial by ordeal was not always as random as it appeared. In many cases, priests and local authorities quietly influenced the outcome. If a person had a good reputation in the community, known as trustworthy, hardworking, and devout, the wound might be interpreted generously. A slightly burned hand might be described as clean. But if someone already had a reputation for dishonesty, the same injury could be judged harshly. Even the way the bandage was applied could affect the result. A tight wrap might reduce swelling. A looser one might allow more irritation. The temperature of the water itself could vary depending on how long the fire had been burning. These small factors created subtle flexibility within the system. On the surface, the ordeal looked like a strict divine test. Behind the scenes, it sometimes functioned more like a community decision wrapped in religious ritual. Why confessions often happened before the ordeal. Another surprising detail appears in historical accounts. Many accused individuals confessed before the ordeal even began. Once the ritual was announced, fear spread quickly. The idea of placing a hand into boiling water or walking across hot iron was terrifying. For someone who was actually guilty, the ordeal posed enormous risk. Even if the wound healed by chance, the pain alone might feel unbearable. So some accused people admitted their crimes beforehand. This saved the court from performing the ordeal at all. From the perspective of medieval authorities, this was a useful outcome. The ritual encouraged confessions, which made cases easier to resolve. In that sense, the ordeal acted partly as psychological pressure. You were not only being judged by God, you were being tested by your own courage. A famous medieval example. One well-documented ordeal occurred in England in the early 11th century. A woman accused of theft was ordered to carry a red-hot iron bar for 9 feet. According to the written account, she completed the test without dropping the iron. Her hand was wrapped and sealed. 3 days later, the bandage was removed in front of the court. The wound was declared clean. The judges immediately proclaimed her innocent. Whether the healing was truly miraculous or simply interpreted kindly by the officials present, we cannot know. But the story spread widely at the time, reinforcing the belief that God intervened directly in human justice. Stories like this helped maintain public confidence in the system. When the ordeal went wrong. Of course, not every ordeal ended safely. Some people suffered severe burns or infections. In certain cases, the injury itself became life-threatening. Medical treatment during the Middle Ages often relied on herbal remedies and basic wound care. Antibiotics did not exist, and doctors had limited understanding of infection. A burn from boiling water could easily lead to complications. Even if the court declared you innocent, the ordeal might still leave permanent damage. For those judged guilty, the situation could become far worse. Because the ordeal was only the test, the punishment still came afterward. Punishments after guilt. If the wound was judged badly healed, the court declared guilt, and the penalties depended on the original accusation. For theft, you might lose a hand or face public whipping. For more serious crimes, punishment could include imprisonment, heavy fines, or execution. In some cases, the ordeal itself served as both test and punishment. The injury inflicted during the ritual was considered part of the sentence. Medieval justice was often harsh by modern standards, but communities believed these punishments were necessary to maintain order. Life in medieval villages depended heavily on trust. Theft, fraud, and violence threatened the fragile balance that allowed people to survive. So when someone was declared guilty, the consequences were meant to send a strong message. The church begins to question the system. By the early 1200s, however, attitudes toward ordeal began to change. Some church leaders started to question whether God truly intervened in these rituals. The concern was not only theological but practical. If priests were responsible for preparing the ordeal, blessing the water, and interpreting the wounds, they were essentially acting as judges in criminal cases. This blurred the line between religious duty and legal authority. Gradually, debates began to grow within church councils and universities. Scholars asked uncomfortable questions. Could divine judgment really be forced through physical tests? Was it appropriate to demand miracles as part of legal procedure? And if God did not intervene every time, what did that mean for the people who were condemned? These questions would soon lead to one of the most important turning points in medieval justice. Because within a few decades, the church would take a dramatic step that effectively ended trial by ordeal across much of Europe. But the change did not come immediately. And for the countless men and women who faced the boiling water, the hot iron, or the cold river during those centuries, the ordeal remained terrifyingly real. Even as doubts quietly spread among scholars and priests, villagers still gathered in squares and churches to watch these rituals unfold. They still believed that God's judgment could appear in the healing of a wound. But the system was beginning to crack. And soon, a single decision made at a church council would bring centuries of ordeal to an abrupt end, leaving medieval courts scrambling to find a completely new way to determine guilt. Which raises an intriguing question. If divine tests disappeared, how did medieval courts decide the truth afterward, when evidence was still almost impossible to prove? 3 days have passed. The village gathers once again in the same quiet square where the ordeal began. The fire under the cauldron is gone now, the smoke long since faded, but the memory of the boiling water still lingers in everyone's mind. You stand before the priest and the local judge. The bandage around your hand has not been touched since the day of the test. The knots and seals remain intact, proof that no one has interfered with the wound. Villagers lean forward, curious and tense, as the priest begins to unwrap the cloth. Slowly, carefully, the fabric comes away. The moment is strangely quiet. For medieval people, this was the instant when God's decision became visible. But in the early 13th century, something remarkable was happening across Europe. Even as villagers continued to watch ordeals like this one, powerful church leaders were beginning to question whether these rituals should exist at all. And within a few years, the entire system would disappear. A turning point in 1215. In the year 1215, an important gathering took place in Rome. Church leaders from across Europe attended a major meeting known as the Fourth Lateran Council. The council addressed many religious and social issues, including church discipline, doctrine, and the responsibilities of clergy. Among the many decisions made during the meeting was one that would quietly reshape medieval justice. The council ruled that priests were no longer allowed to participate in trials by ordeal. At first glance, this might sound like a small administrative change, but in practice, it had enormous consequences. Without priests to bless the water, heat the iron, and perform the sacred rituals, the ordeals could not be conducted properly. The entire system depended on the belief that God was actively judging the accused through a religious ceremony. If the church refused to take part, the ritual lost its authority. Almost overnight, courts across much of Europe found themselves unable to use the method they had relied upon for centuries. And this created a serious problem, because medieval courts still had very few tools for determining guilt. The sudden disappearance of a legal tradition. For generations, trial by ordeal had been part of daily life in medieval justice. Local courts used it to resolve disputes involving theft, accusations of violence or conflicts between neighbors. The process was dramatic but familiar. People knew the steps, trusted the ritual, and accepted the outcome. Now the system was gone. Judges and local lords suddenly had to find other ways to decide cases. At first, this transition was confusing. In some regions, authorities hesitated to abandon ordeals entirely. There were attempts to continue them quietly without priestly supervision, but these efforts rarely lasted long. Gradually, new legal procedures began to take shape. Some of these developments would eventually lead to systems that resemble modern courts. But the transition was slow and sometimes uncomfortable. The rise of the jury. One of the most important changes occurred in England. Instead of relying on divine tests, courts began asking groups of local men to evaluate accusations and determine guilt. These groups were chosen from the surrounding community and were expected to provide honest judgment based on what they knew. This practice slowly developed into the early form of the jury system. Unlike modern juries, these medieval jurors were not neutral strangers. They often knew the accused personally. Their role was less about analyzing evidence and more about sharing community knowledge. If a juror knew that a man frequently stole livestock, that reputation might influence the decision. If another person was known as trustworthy and hardworking, that reputation could help them. This system was imperfect, but it offered something the ordeal could not provide: discussion and reasoning. Instead of waiting for divine intervention, people now debated what they believed to be true. Confession and investigation. Other methods also began to appear. Courts started placing greater emphasis on confessions. If an accused person admitted guilt, the case could be resolved quickly. Investigations also slowly became more common. Local officials might question neighbors, examine stolen goods, or reconstruct events through testimony. These practices were still limited by the lack of forensic science or detailed records, but they represented a shift toward human judgment rather than divine testing. At the same time, some legal systems took a darker path. In parts of Europe, courts began allowing judicial torture as a way to obtain confessions. Authorities believed that physical pressure could reveal hidden truth. Ironically, the end of ordeals sometimes led to procedures that were even more troubling. Medieval justice was evolving, but not always in ways that modern observers would find comforting. What happened to the people who faced ordeals? For the thousands of individuals who underwent ordeal during the earlier centuries, the experience remained deeply significant. Some were declared innocent and returned to their lives, carrying scars on their hands or feet as reminders of the event. Others were condemned and punished, sometimes severely. Historical records show that communities often remembered these ordeals for years afterward. The stories were repeated in village gatherings, recorded in legal documents, and occasionally written down by monks or clerks. Over time, these stories became part of local folklore. In some places, people even described ordeals that seemed miraculous. A hand that healed perfectly after touching hot iron might be interpreted as proof of divine protection. Whether such cases were genuine miracles, lucky recoveries, or generous interpretations by sympathetic priests is impossible to know today. But the belief in divine justice remained powerful. Why people accepted the system? Looking back from the modern world, trial by ordeal can appear cruel or irrational. Yet for medieval communities, it provided something extremely valuable: certainty. When evidence was scarce and investigations were difficult, the ordeal offered a clear conclusion. Once the wound was examined, the case was considered settled. Even those who disagreed with the outcome usually accepted it as God's will. This acceptance helped prevent ongoing feuds. In a small village, unresolved accusations could lead to lasting conflict between families. The ordeal provided a dramatic and final answer that most people respected. In that sense, the system played an important role in maintaining social stability. The human element behind the ritual. Modern historians often point out that trial by ordeal was not as chaotic as it first appears. Because priests controlled the preparation and interpretation of the test, they sometimes used their authority to guide outcomes toward what they believed was fair. If a respected villager faced an accusation that seemed weak, the priest might quietly ensure that the ordeal did not cause serious injury. If someone widely believed to be guilty faced judgment, the interpretation of the wound might become stricter. This flexibility allowed the ordeal to function as a kind of community negotiation disguised as divine judgment. It was not a perfect system, but it reflected the values and beliefs of the society that created it. The quiet legacy of the ordeal. Today, trials no longer involve boiling water or hot iron. Courts rely on evidence, witnesses, and legal reasoning. Scientific tools such as DNA analysis allow investigators to reconstruct events with extraordinary precision. Yet the medieval ordeal still holds an important place in the history of justice. It reminds us how deeply law can be shaped by cultural beliefs. In the Middle Ages, people lived in a world where divine presence felt immediate and personal. Justice was not only a human responsibility but a spiritual matter. When someone placed their hand into boiling water, they believed they were standing before God's judgment. And while the system eventually disappeared, it helped lay the foundation for later developments in law. The shift away from ordeal-forced courts to explore new methods of determining truth methods that eventually led to juries, legal argument, and investigative procedures. In a strange way, the painful rituals of the past helped push societies toward more thoughtful systems of justice. A final reflection. Now imagine that village square one last time. The fire has burned out, the cauldron has been removed, the crowd has returned to fields, workshops, and cottages. Life continues. Yet for the person who stood before the boiling water, the experience would never fully fade. The memory of that moment, the heat, the silence, the eyes of the village watching would remain long afterward. Trial by ordeal was not simply a legal procedure. It was a moment when fear, faith, and community came together in a single test. And although we often think of medieval history as distant and unfamiliar, the ordeal reveals something timeless about human societies. When truth is uncertain, people search for ways to decide it. Sometimes those methods are careful and rational. Other times they rely on belief, tradition, or hope that a higher power will guide the outcome. Which leads to an interesting thought. If medieval people trusted boiling water to reveal guilt or innocence, what strange or imperfect systems might people hundreds of years from now see when they look back at our own methods of justice today? Story 2. The bread laws that starved medieval cities. Imagine walking through a narrow medieval street just after sunrise. The air is cool and the town is slowly waking. Wooden shutters open one by one. A blacksmith begins striking metal somewhere in the distance. A cart rattles across the uneven stones of the road. But the strongest smell in the morning air is bread. Fresh bread was the center of daily life in medieval Europe. Long before coffee or newspapers became morning habits, bread was already waiting on the table. It was eaten at nearly every meal, sometimes with meat, sometimes with cheese, but very often with nothing at all. For most people, bread was not a side dish. It was the meal. And that meant something important. Controlling bread meant controlling survival. This is where medieval law stepped in. City officials believed that if they regulated bread carefully, its price, its weight, its ingredients they could protect ordinary people from hunger. In theory, the system was meant to keep everyone safe. In reality, these laws sometimes had the opposite effect. Because when harvests failed, when grain prices rose, or when bakers struggled to follow strict regulations, the laws governing bread could push entire cities closer to starvation. To understand how that happened, you first need to understand just how important bread truly was. Bread, the foundation of medieval life. In medieval Europe, bread provided the majority of daily calories for most people. Farmers, craftsmen, laborers, monks, soldiers, nearly everyone depended on it. A typical working adult might eat 2 to 3 pounds of bread each day. In poorer households, it could be even more. This bread was not always the soft white loaf many people imagine today. The type of bread you ate depended largely on your social status. Wealthy families enjoyed bread made from finely sifted wheat flour. These loaves were lighter in color and softer in texture. Poorer people often ate darker bread made from rye, barley, oats, or mixed grains. These loaves were dense, heavy, and sometimes slightly sour. But whether rich or poor, everyone needed bread regularly. And because so many people depended on it, medieval governments worried constantly about fairness in the bread market. They feared two main problems. First, that bakers might cheat their customers. Second, that rising grain prices might make bread unaffordable. So they created one of the most detailed and unusual food laws in medieval history. The law that controlled every loaf. One of the most famous medieval bread regulations appeared in England in the 13th century. It was known as the Assize of Bread and Ale. This law attempted to solve a difficult problem. If grain prices went up or down, how should the price of bread change? Instead of allowing bakers to set their own prices, the law established a complicated system. Bread prices stayed mostly fixed, but the weight of the loaf changed depending on the price of grain. When wheat was cheap, bakers had to sell large, heavy loaves for the standard price. When wheat became expensive, the loaves were allowed to become smaller. The system was meant to keep bread affordable while ensuring that bakers could still make a living. In theory, it sounded reasonable. In practice, it required constant monitoring. Inspectors in the marketplace. Medieval towns took bread laws extremely seriously. Officials regularly inspected bakeries and market stalls. Some towns even appointed special officers whose job was to weigh loaves and check their quality. These inspectors walked through marketplaces carrying scales. If a loaf was too small or poorly made, the baker could face punishment. And the punishments were often public. In some towns, dishonest bakers were forced to carry their defective bread through the streets while neighbors laughed or shouted insults. In more severe cases, bakers could be placed in a device called the tumbrel, a cart, or cage that might be dunked into water or rolled through the town as a form of humiliation. The message was clear. Bread was too important to be mishandled. Yet despite these strict laws, problems kept appearing. Because the laws assumed something that medieval life could not guarantee. They assumed that grain supplies would remain stable. The unpredictable harvest. Medieval agriculture was fragile. Farmers depended heavily on weather conditions they could not control. A cold spring, a summer drought, or a sudden storm could damage crops across entire regions. When harvests were good, grain was plentiful. But when harvests failed, the consequences spread quickly. Prices rose. Merchants hoarded supplies. And cities began to worry about shortages. This created a serious problem for bakers. If the price of grain doubled, they still had to follow the strict weight rules set by law. Sometimes this meant selling bread at a loss. Imagine being a baker who wakes early every morning, needs dough, tends the oven, and works long hours only to discover that the flour you must buy has suddenly become much more expensive. Yet the law still demands that your loaves meet a specific weight. In difficult years, some bakers simply could not keep up. And that's when small acts of desperation began to appear. The temptation to cheat. When grain prices rose sharply, bakers faced a difficult choice. They could follow the law strictly and lose money, or they could secretly adjust their bread. Some bakers made loaves slightly smaller than required. Others mixed cheaper grains into the dough. There were even cases where bakers added strange ingredients including ground peas, beans, or other fillers to stretch the flour supply. Most of these changes were small enough that customers might not notice immediately, but inspectors often did. And once a baker was caught cheating, the penalties could be severe. Medieval authorities believed that cheating with bread was more than simple dishonesty. It threatened the stability of the entire city. Because when people believed their food supply was being manipulated, anger could spread quickly. And in medieval towns, hunger and anger were a dangerous combination. Bred riots and growing fear. When bread became scarce or expensive, crowds sometimes gathered in marketplaces to protest. These gatherings could turn into riots. People overturned carts carrying grain, bakeries were looted, merchants suspected of hoarding were threatened or attacked. City governments feared these uprisings deeply. Food riots were not just about bread. They were about survival. In tightly packed towns, where thousands of people depended on daily market supplies, even a short interruption in food distribution could create panic. This is why bread laws were enforced so aggressively. Officials believed that strict control would prevent unrest. But the system contained a hidden weakness. When shortages became severe, the laws themselves sometimes made the situation worse. Because bakers could not legally raise prices to match rising grain costs, some simply stopped baking altogether. And when bakeries closed, the bread supply shrank even further. The ordinary family at the center of the crisis. Now imagine a small household living inside one of these medieval towns. Perhaps a father works as a carpenter. His wife manages the home and cares for children. Their income is modest, but normally it is enough to buy bread each day. Then a poor harvest arrives. Grain prices climb higher and higher. The baker down the street struggles to obtain flour. His loaves become smaller. Eventually, he closes his shop for several days because he cannot afford the grain. The family walks through the marketplace searching for bread. But every stall has long lines. And suddenly, the laws meant to protect them feel strangely distant. Because when bread disappears entirely, the weight of a loaf no longer matters. The strange dilemma of the law. This situation created a painful dilemma for medieval authorities. If they relaxed the bread laws, bakers might raise prices beyond what poor families could afford. But if they enforced the laws too strictly, bakers might stop baking altogether. City officials struggled constantly to balance these pressures. Some towns tried temporary solutions. They imported grain from distant regions. They opened emergency granaries. In extreme cases, governments distributed bread directly to the poor. But these measures were expensive and difficult to maintain. And when harvest failures continued for several years in a row, the system sometimes collapsed completely. This happened during some of the worst famines in medieval history. Famines that revealed just how fragile the medieval food system truly was. Because in certain terrible years, the problem was no longer dishonest bakers or strict laws. It was something far more frightening. There simply was not enough grain anywhere. And when that happened, medieval cities faced a crisis that bread laws alone could never solve. Which raises a troubling question. What did ordinary people do when the bread ran out, and the laws meant to protect them could no longer keep hunger away? Picture the marketplace again. It is the same narrow square where farmers usually arrive with carts full of grain and bakers display rows of fresh loaves. Normally, this place is busy and predictable. Every morning follows the same quiet rhythm. Grain arrives, flour is milled, ovens are heated, and bread is sold. But today something is different. The stalls look emptier than usual. Where there should be large sacks of grain stacked against wooden tables, there are only a few small piles. The baker who normally shouts to advertise his bread is silent. Another stall is completely closed. The town is beginning to feel the early signs of a shortage. At first, people hope it is temporary. Perhaps a caravan of grain merchants has been delayed by rain. Perhaps farmers from nearby villages will arrive later in the day. But as days pass and the market remains thinly supplied, a quiet worry begins to spread. Because in medieval cities, bread shortages rarely arrived suddenly. They crept in slowly, almost politely, before becoming impossible to ignore. The fragile food system. Medieval cities depended on a surprisingly delicate food supply system. Unlike modern cities, which receive shipments from across continents, medieval towns relied mostly on the surrounding countryside. Grain traveled only short distances, often by cart or river barge. A city's survival depended on nearby farmers producing enough wheat, rye, or barley to feed thousands of people. If harvests were good, the system worked smoothly. Farmers sold grain to millers. Millers ground it into flour. Bakers transformed that flour into bread. But when harvests failed across several villages at once, the entire chain began to weaken. And this happened more often than medieval people would have liked. Weather patterns during the Middle Ages were unpredictable. A wet spring could rot seeds in the ground. A summer drought could shrivel crops before they matured. Early frost might destroy fields just before harvest. Each bad harvest reduced the amount of grain available for sale. And when shortages appeared, prices rose quickly. The rising price of grain. Grain markets followed simple economic rules, even if medieval people did not describe them using modern terms. When grain became scarce, merchants charged more for it. This meant millers paid higher prices to obtain wheat, and bakers had to buy flour at those higher prices. Normally, businesses would respond by raising their prices as well. But bread laws prevented that. Under the assize of bread and ale, bakers could not freely adjust the price of bread. Instead, they were forced to follow the strict weight regulations tied to grain prices. In theory, the system was designed to adapt. When grain became expensive, bakers were allowed to sell smaller loaves. But the adjustment often happened too slowly. Grain prices could change suddenly, while official weight tables were updated less frequently. During that gap, bakers sometimes lost money on every loaf they sold. This created enormous pressure on small bakeries. And when bakeries struggled, the effects spread quickly through the city. When bakers closed their ovens. In difficult years, some bakers made a quiet decision. They stopped baking. At first, it might only happen for a day or two. A baker might explain to customers that flour deliveries had not arrived yet, or that the ovens needed repair, or that they were waiting for new grain shipments. But often the real reason was simple. They could not afford to keep baking under the current laws. Running a medieval bakery required expensive fuel for the ovens, regular deliveries of flour, and long hours of labor. If each loaf sold at a loss, the business would collapse quickly. So rather than lose everything, some bakers simply closed their doors until conditions improved. Unfortunately, when several bakers made this decision at the same time, the bread supply shrank dramatically. Suddenly, the long lines at the remaining bakeries grew even longer, and anxiety in the city began to rise. The crowd in the market. You can imagine the tension building in the marketplace. A baker opens his stall early in the morning, hoping to finish his sales quickly before the crowd grows too large. But people arrive earlier each day. Families stand in line before sunrise. Some hold small baskets or cloth bags, hoping to carry home enough bread for the day. When the baker begins selling, the line moves slowly. Each loaf is weighed carefully. The law requires that the bread meet exact measurements, even during shortages. Inspectors might still appear at any moment to check compliance. As the morning continues, the baker watches his supply shrink. Soon there are only a few loaves left. People near the back of the line begin to whisper nervously. And then the moment arrives that every medieval baker dreaded. The bread runs out. The first signs of unrest. Hunger changes the mood of a crowd. At first, people simply feel disappointed. Then they become frustrated. Finally, anger begins to appear. In medieval cities, food riots often started quietly. A few people shouted accusations that bakers were hiding extra bread. Others claimed merchants were secretly hoarding grain to raise prices later. Sometimes these accusations were true. Merchants occasionally stored grain during shortages, waiting to sell it when prices became even higher. But in many cases, the shortage was real. There simply was not enough grain to meet demand. Yet in a crowded marketplace filled with hungry people, explanations rarely calmed emotions. Voices grew louder. Arguments began between customers. And occasionally, the situation escalated into violence. City officials step in. Medieval governments understood the danger of these moments. Food shortages threatened not only public health but political stability. If crowds began attacking bakeries or grain merchants, the unrest could spread rapidly through the city. So officials often took swift action. Guards might be stationed in marketplaces to keep order. Authorities inspected bakeries more frequently, looking for signs of cheating or hidden supplies. In some cities, officials opened public granaries, emergency grain stores maintained for exactly this kind of crisis. These granaries were sometimes used to sell grain at reduced prices, allowing bakers to continue operating. But emergency supplies were limited. If shortages continued for months, even the granaries could run empty. And that is when the situation became truly frightening. The shadow of famine. A single bad harvest could cause trouble. 2 bad harvests in a row could create serious hardship. But when several years of poor crops occurred consecutively, the result could be famine. During famines, bread laws and market regulations no longer mattered very much. Grain prices rose to extraordinary levels. Families who had once bought bread easily could no longer afford it. Poor households were hit the hardest. Some people began mixing unusual ingredients into their meals, roots, herbs, or ground nuts, simply to create something that resembled bread. Others reduced their meals to 1 per day. In the worst cases, hunger spread through entire communities. And when famine struck, medieval cities discovered something deeply unsettling. Even the most carefully written laws could not produce food that did not exist. The Great Medieval Food Crises. Historians know that several major food crises struck Europe during the Middle Ages. One of the most devastating began in 1315, when unusually heavy rains damaged crops across northern Europe. This disaster became known as the Great Famine of 1315-1317. Fields flooded. Seeds rotted in the soil. Livestock died from disease and lack of fodder. As grain supplies collapsed, cities struggled desperately to feed their populations. Bread prices rose sharply. Food riots broke out in several towns. Even wealthy families sometimes struggled to obtain enough grain. For ordinary laborers, the situation was far worse. Some historians estimate that millions of people across Europe died during this famine. And for those who survived, the memory of those hungry years remained vivid for decades. The limits of medieval law. Events like the Great Famine revealed the limits of medieval bread laws. The regulations had been designed for normal conditions, times when grain was available, but markets needed supervision. But during large-scale crop failures, the laws could not solve the fundamental problem. You cannot regulate food that does not exist. Still, authorities continued trying. They adjusted bread weights. They punished bakers who cheated. They searched for hidden grain supplies. Yet these measures only softened the crisis slightly. The deeper causes of famine lay in weather, agriculture, and the fragile transportation networks of the medieval world. And for the families waiting in line at the baker's stall, the difference between law and reality could feel painfully clear. Because every morning they faced the same question: would there be bread today? Or would the ovens remain cold once again? And as shortages grew worse, people began to take matters into their own hands in ways that frightened city leaders even more. Because when hunger grows desperate enough, laws can quickly lose their power. And medieval cities were about to discover just how dangerous that moment could become. The bakery door opens just before dawn. Word spreads quickly through the street. Someone has seen smoke rising from the chimney, which means the ovens are finally burning again. Within minutes, people begin gathering outside. Some have been waiting since the middle of the night. They stand quietly at first, wrapped in cloaks against the cold. No one wants to miss their chance. Bread, after all, is not something that can wait until tomorrow. Inside the bakery, the baker and his assistants move carefully through the familiar routine. Dough is divided into portions, shaped into round loaves, and pushed into the hot oven with a long wooden paddle. But today, every step feels tense. Because the baker knows something the crowd outside may not yet realize. There is not enough flour for everyone. The moment the bread runs out. When the bakery finally opens, the line moves slowly. Each customer receives 1 or 2 loaves, sometimes fewer than they expected. The baker tries to stretch his supply as long as possible, hoping that careful rationing will allow more families to take something home. But the baskets empty quickly. Soon there are only a few loaves left. The people near the front of the line glance nervously over their shoulders. Those farther back begin whispering anxiously. Then the final loaf is sold. The baker lifts his hands in apology, and the crowd falls silent. For a moment, no one moves. People stare at the empty baskets, trying to accept what has just happened. But hunger is not patient. Someone in the back of the line shouts in frustration. Another person accuses the baker of hiding bread inside the shop. A third claims that merchants have been storing grain secretly to raise prices. Within minutes, the quiet line outside the bakery transforms into something much more unpredictable. And this is the moment medieval city officials feared most. The food riot. Food riots were one of the most common forms of unrest in medieval towns. Unlike rebellions against kings or governments, these riots often began spontaneously. They were driven not by political ideology, but by a much simpler force. People were hungry. When crowds believed that bread was being unfairly withheld, they sometimes took direct action. A bakery door might be forced open. Grain carts arriving in the market could be surrounded by angry customers demanding lower prices. Merchants accused of hoarding food were occasionally attacked or robbed. These riots were not always chaotic. In many cases, crowds behaved with surprising discipline. They might seize grain or bread but leave other goods untouched. Their goal was not destruction. It was survival. Still, even controlled riots frightened city governments. Authorities worried that unrest could spread quickly through densely populated streets. Once a crowd grew large enough, it became difficult to control. So officials often tried to prevent riots before they started. Emergency measures. During severe shortages, medieval cities sometimes took extraordinary steps to maintain order. One common strategy involved government grain reserves. Many towns maintained public storage buildings filled with wheat or barley collected through taxes or purchased during good harvests. These reserves were intended for emergencies. When shortages appeared, officials could release grain from these granaries and sell it at reduced prices. This allowed bakers to continue producing bread even when market prices rose sharply. Another strategy involved price controls. Authorities might temporarily lower grain prices or force merchants to sell their supplies immediately instead of storing them. In some cases, merchants suspected of hoarding were punished harshly. City leaders believed that controlling the flow of grain was essential to preventing unrest. But even these measures had limits. Because if the shortage lasted too long, the reserves themselves would run out. And when that happened, the city faced the same reality as the hungry crowd outside the bakery. There simply was not enough food. The lives behind the laws. It is easy to think about bread laws as abstract regulations written by distant officials. But in reality, these laws shape the daily lives of thousands of ordinary people. Consider the baker again. He wakes long before sunrise every day, working in a hot, smoky room where the ovens burn constantly. He must purchase flour from millers, fuel for the fire, and ingredients for dough. If grain prices rise too high, his business becomes fragile. Yet if he refuses to bake, his neighbors may go hungry. Now think about the farmer who grows the wheat. His harvest depends on whether he cannot control. A single storm or drought can destroy months of work. If his crops fail, he may struggle to feed his own family, let alone supply grain to the city. Then there is the miller, whose water wheel turns slowly beside the river, grinding grain into flour. When supplies shrink, his mill becomes quieter. Fewer sacks arrive each week. And finally, there are the families standing in line outside the bakery. Their lives are shaped by all these forces, weather, harvests, laws, and markets, even though they control none of them. Bread laws attempted to create fairness in this complicated system. But fairness could not always prevent hardship. Lessons from the famine years. The terrible years of the Great Famine of 1315-1317 left deep marks on medieval society. Entire regions experienced hunger on a scale people had never seen before. Crop failures lasted for several seasons. Rain flooded fields and ruin stored grain. Livestock died from disease and lack of fodder. Cities that once relied on steady supplies suddenly found themselves competing with other towns for scarce resources. The bread laws that had once seemed protective began to feel almost irrelevant. What good was a regulation about loaf weight when there was no flour to bake with? Historians studying this period have found heartbreaking accounts of families selling possessions to buy food, farmers abandoning their land, and entire villages struggling to survive. Even wealthy households were not completely protected. Although they could afford higher prices, they still depended on the same failing harvests. The famine revealed how fragile medieval food systems truly were. Gradual improvements. Over the centuries that followed, European societies slowly developed more resilient food systems. Agricultural techniques improved. Crop rotation became more common, allowing farmers to maintain soil fertility. New tools and better plows increased productivity in many regions. Transportation networks also expanded. Rivers, canals, and improved roads allowed grain to travel farther distances. Cities were no longer limited entirely to the harvests of nearby villages. And governments learned from earlier crises. Many regions expanded their grain storage programs, keeping larger reserves for emergencies. Bread laws themselves gradually changed as well. Instead of rigid weight rules, some cities allowed more flexible pricing systems that responded more quickly to changing market conditions. These reforms did not eliminate hunger entirely, but they made food shortages less catastrophic than they had been during the worst medieval famines. The quiet power of bread. Even today, bread remains a symbol of something deeply human. Across cultures, bread represents nourishment, comfort, and stability. The phrase "earning your bread" still echoes the medieval idea that bread is the foundation of daily survival. In the Middle Ages, that truth was even more visible. Bread was not simply food. It was the thread connecting farmers, millers, bakers, merchants, and families across the entire economy. When bread was plentiful, cities felt stable and secure. When bread became scarce, everything else, politics, law, and social order, suddenly felt uncertain. This is why medieval governments cared so deeply about the weight of a loaf. They understood something fundamental. Control the bread supply, and you help control the stability of the city itself. But the bread laws also revealed an uncomfortable lesson. Even the most carefully designed regulations cannot fully control nature. Storms, droughts, and failed harvests reminded medieval societies that survival depended on forces far larger than any legal system. A final thought. Now imagine the quiet street outside that bakery once more. The line has disappeared. The baskets are empty. Families return home carrying whatever bread they managed to buy or nothing at all. Inside the bakery, the baker sweeps flour from the wooden table and wonders whether tomorrow's grain shipment will arrive. Across the countryside, farmers watch the sky in hope for better weather. And in the city hall, officials study their bread laws, trying to decide whether they still make sense in a world where the harvest itself has become uncertain. The laws were written to protect people. Yet sometimes, they revealed just how fragile life could be in the medieval world. Which leads to an intriguing question. If bread laws tried to regulate something as essential as food, what happened when medieval governments tried to control something even larger: entire forests, animals, and the land itself? Because in some parts of medieval Europe, kings claimed ownership of enormous stretches of wilderness. And simply walking through those forests could turn an ordinary person into a criminal. Story 3. The Forest Law: How a King Turned Half of England into a Crime Scene. Imagine walking along a quiet path through the woods. The trees rise high above you, their branches forming a loose canopy that filters the sunlight into soft green patches on the ground. The air smells faintly of damp leaves and moss. Somewhere nearby, a deer moves quietly between the trees. To you, it looks like an ordinary forest. But in medieval England, this forest might not belong to the village, the farmers, or even the local lord. It might belong entirely to the king. And if that were true, almost everything you did in this forest could be illegal. Cutting wood, hunting animals, building a fence, or even carrying a bow might bring punishment. In some cases, those punishments were severe enough to ruin lives or even end them. These rules were part of a powerful legal system known as forest law, one of the most unusual and controversial systems in medieval England. For ordinary villagers, forest law meant that land they had used for generations could suddenly become a protected royal hunting ground. And once the king claimed a forest, the rules changed overnight. What forest meant in medieval England? The word forest in medieval England did not always mean dense woodland. In fact, a royal forest could include fields, rivers, farms, and even villages. What mattered was not the landscape itself, but the legal status of the land. If the king declared an area a royal forest, it came under a special set of laws designed to protect animals used for hunting. These animals were called beasts of the forest. The most important among them were deer, especially red deer, and fallow deer, which kings loved to hunt. Wild boar and other animals were also protected. But the laws did not only protect the animals. They protected the environment around them, known as the vert, meaning the vegetation and landscape that supported wildlife. Cutting trees, clearing land, or altering the forest could all be considered crimes. In other words, forest law regulated not just animals, but entire ecosystems. And that regulation often collided directly with the needs of ordinary people. The expansion of royal forests. The forest law system grew dramatically after the Norman conquest of England. When William the Conqueror became king in 1066, he introduced many Norman customs into English government. One of these customs involved royal hunting preserves. Norman rulers believed that hunting was an important activity for kings. It demonstrated power, trained warriors, and provided prestige. To support this tradition, William and later kings declared large areas of land to be royal forests. Some of these forests were enormous. At one point, historians estimate that nearly 1/3 of England fell under forest law. This meant that vast numbers of farmers and villagers suddenly lived inside territory governed by special royal rules. And those rules could be surprisingly strict. A villager's daily problem. Imagine being a small farmer living inside one of these royal forests. Your family has lived on the same land for generations. You know where the best firewood can be gathered. You know where animals pass through the trees. But under forest law, many of the activities your family once relied on become restricted. For example, collecting wood from the forest floor might require permission. Grazing pigs among the oak trees, a common medieval practice called pannage, might be limited to certain seasons. Hunting deer or wild boar is absolutely forbidden. Even owning hunting tools like bows or traps can attract suspicion. To make matters more complicated, royal officials patrol the forests regularly. These officials include wardens, foresters, and verderers officers responsible for enforcing forest law. If they catch someone breaking the rules, the case is brought before a special court. And the punishments can be severe. The royal courts of the forest. Forest crimes were not handled in ordinary courts. Instead, they were judged in special legal gatherings called forest courts. Several types of forest courts existed, each meeting at different times. The most serious court was the justice seat, which might convene only every few years but had the authority to impose major punishments. Smaller courts met more frequently to handle minor violations. At these gatherings, officials investigated accusations such as killing or injuring a deer, cutting protected trees, expanding farmland into forest land, possessing illegal hunting equipment. Villagers summoned to these courts often faced intimidating proceedings. The legal language was complex, and the judges represented royal authority. In many cases, simply defending yourself required knowledge and resources that ordinary people did not possess. The harsh punishments of early forest law. In the earliest years after the Norman conquest, punishments for forest crimes were extremely harsh. Some records suggest that killing a royal deer could result in blinding or mutilation. Other penalties included heavy fines or imprisonment. While historians debate how often the most severe punishments were actually carried out, the threat itself created widespread fear. Forest law sent a clear message. The king's animals were more valuable than the needs of ordinary villagers. This attitude caused enormous resentment among people living inside royal forests. Many families depended on the forest for survival, for firewood, grazing land, and occasional hunting during hard times. Being denied access to these resources felt deeply unfair. And over time, opposition to forest law began to grow. The forest as a symbol of power. To understand why kings insisted on maintaining forest law despite public anger, it helps to consider what the forest represented. Royal forests were not just hunting grounds. They were symbols of authority. When a king declared land part of the royal forest, he was demonstrating his power to control both nature and society. The forest reminded everyone that the king's rights extended even into the wilderness. Hunting itself became a ritual of royal identity. Kings and nobles rode through the forest on horseback, accompanied by hunting dogs and attendants. These hunts were elaborate events that displayed wealth and prestige. Meanwhile, ordinary villagers living in the same forest had to follow strict rules about how they used the land. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Stories of resistance. Not everyone accepted forest law quietly. Historical records contain many small acts of resistance. Some villagers secretly hunted animals despite the risk. Others gathered wood at night or cleared small patches of land without permission. Because forests were large and difficult to patrol completely, enforcement was sometimes inconsistent. Yet when offenders were caught, the consequences reminded everyone of the king's authority. Over time, resentment toward forest law became part of a broader struggle between kings and their subjects. This tension would eventually play a role in one of the most famous political agreements in medieval English history. Because many powerful nobles, not just peasants, began to feel that royal power had grown too strong, and they wanted limits placed on the king's authority. The growing conflict. By the early 13th century, England was experiencing serious political tensions. Nobles complained about taxes, royal control over land, and legal systems that favored the crown. Forest law was one of their many grievances. Large areas of land that once belonged to local lords had been absorbed into royal forests. These lords lost valuable resources and influence. Meanwhile, villagers living inside the forests continued to struggle with restrictions on everyday activities. The pressure was building, and eventually, it forced the king to negotiate with his own nobles. That negotiation produced a document that became one of the most famous legal texts in history. A document that included important limits on forest law. But even after that agreement, the forests did not immediately become safer for the people who lived there. Because although some rules were softened, the royal forests still existed, and the officials enforcing them were still watching. Which raises an interesting question. If a medieval villager was caught hunting a deer in the king's forest, what exactly happened next? And how did these forest courts decide who was guilty and what punishment they deserved? Imagine that one evening, while walking quietly through the forest, you are seen by a royal forester. Perhaps you were gathering fallen branches for firewood. Perhaps you carried a bow, hoping to hunt a rabbit or bird. Or perhaps you were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The forester watches from a distance. He is not an ordinary villager. He represents the king's authority inside the forest. His duty is to protect the animals, the trees, and the land that belongs to the crown. If he believes you have broken forest law, he does not argue with you there in the woods. Instead, he records the offense. Soon afterward, you will receive a summons. You must appear before a forest court. And when that day arrives, the quiet path where you once walked freely suddenly feels very far away. The strange system of forest courts. Forest law operated through a complex network of courts, each responsible for different kinds of cases. These courts did not meet inside stone buildings like later legal systems. Often they were held outdoors, sometimes near the forest itself. Villagers might gather beneath trees or in open fields, while officials listened to accusations and examined evidence. Several different courts handled forest law. The most frequent was the Woodmote Court, which met every few weeks. It dealt with small matters, disputes over grazing rights, minor violations involving wood gathering, or questions about boundaries. A more serious court called the Swainmote met 3 times each year. This gathering handled cases involving hunting animals or damaging forest land. Finally, there was the highest authority, the justice seat. This court might meet only once every few years, but it had the power to impose heavy fines or other serious punishments. For villagers accused of forest crimes, appearing at these courts could be a stressful experience. The officials overseeing the proceedings represented the king directly. And in medieval England, the king's authority carried enormous weight. The officials of the forest. The royal forest was managed by a surprising number of officials. Each had a specific role in protecting the king's land. Foresters were responsible for patrolling the forest and reporting violations. They knew the terrain well and often lived nearby. Verderers acted as judges in certain forest courts. Their job was to oversee investigations and ensure that legal procedures were followed. Agisters managed grazing rights. They collected fees from farmers who wished to allow their animals to feed in the forest during certain seasons. There were also rangers, whose duty was to watch the outer boundaries of the forest and prevent illegal hunting or timber cutting. Together, these officials formed a small government within the forest itself. Their authority could feel overwhelming to the villagers who lived under their watch, because every activity from gathering firewood to letting pigs roam among the trees might require permission or payment. The crime of taking the king's deer. Among all forest crimes, none was considered more serious than killing a deer. Deer were the pride of the royal hunt. Kings and nobles rode through forests with trained dogs and skilled hunters, chasing these animals through carefully managed landscapes. The hunt was not only entertainment, but a demonstration of noble power. For that reason, deer were fiercely protected. If someone was accused of killing one without permission, the consequences could be severe. Even possessing a freshly killed deer could lead to accusations. Sometimes evidence came from surprisingly small clues, footprints in the soil, blood on clothing, or the discovery of hidden meat. If a forester suspected someone of poaching, the case would be brought before the Swainmote or justice seat. And there the accused person faced questioning. How evidence was judged. Unlike modern courts, medieval forest courts rarely relied on detailed investigations or scientific evidence. Instead, they depended heavily on testimony. Foresters described what they had seen. Neighbors might be called to speak about a suspect's reputation or recent activities. Sometimes the accused person was asked to swear an oath declaring innocence. In certain situations, individuals could bring oath helpers, people willing to swear that they believed the accused person was telling the truth. This system placed enormous importance on reputation. If you were known as an honest member of the community, others might defend you. But if you already had a reputation for bending the rules, finding supporters could be difficult. And once suspicion took hold, convincing the court otherwise became much harder. The financial punishments. Although early forest law included brutal physical punishments, these became less common over time. By the 12th and 13th centuries, fines were the most frequent penalty. These fines could still be devastating. The amount often depended on the seriousness of the offense. Killing a deer or damaging important forest land might require paying a large sum of money. For wealthy nobles, such fines might be inconvenient but manageable. For ordinary villagers, they could be catastrophic. A single fine might equal months or even years of income. If someone could not pay, their property might be seized. Livestock, tools, or land could be taken as compensation. This financial pressure made forest law deeply unpopular among rural communities, because it felt as though the king was profiting from rules that limited the survival of ordinary people. The daily life inside a royal forest. Despite the strict laws, many families continued living inside royal forests for generations. They developed routines that balanced survival with caution. Farmers planted crops in small clearings and kept livestock in fenced pastures. During certain seasons, they were allowed to release pigs into the forest to eat fallen acorns, a practice known as pannage. Firewood was gathered carefully, often from branches already fallen to the ground, rather than from living trees. Villagers learned to avoid drawing attention from forest officials. Children grew up hearing stories about the dangers of hunting deer or cutting timber without permission. These warnings became part of local culture, passed down from parents to children. Still, accidents and misunderstandings happened, and sometimes desperation pushed people to take risks. Especially during hard winters, when food was scarce, and a deer wandering through the forest might look less like the king's property and more like the difference between hunger and survival. The famous New Forest. One of the most controversial royal forests was created by William the Conqueror shortly after the Norman takeover. This area became known as the New Forest. According to some historical accounts, entire villages were cleared to create this hunting preserve. Whether the destruction was as widespread as later stories suggest is debated among historians, but there is little doubt that many people were displaced when the forest was established. The New Forest became one of the largest and most important royal hunting grounds in England. Kings visited it frequently for elaborate hunts. Yet the forest also gained a strange reputation. Within a few generations, several members of the royal family died there under mysterious circumstances during hunting trips. These events fueled rumors among local people that the forest was somehow cursed, perhaps as punishment for the suffering caused when the land was taken from villagers. Whether or not such stories were true, they reveal how deeply forest law affected the communities living nearby. Growing pressure for change. By the early 1200s, dissatisfaction with forest law had spread beyond villagers to include powerful nobles. Many aristocrats owned land that had been absorbed into royal forests. They resented the restrictions placed on property they once controlled freely. At the same time, peasants and farmers continued struggling with the daily limitations imposed by forest officials. This growing frustration contributed to a wider political crisis. Nobles began demanding that the king reduce his powers and respect traditional rights. Their demands eventually forced a reluctant king to sign one of the most famous agreements in medieval history. That document is known as the Magna Carta. While people often remember it for establishing limits on royal authority, it also contained important promises related to the forests. Promises that many villagers hoped would finally ease the harsh rules governing their lives. But the story did not end there, because even after the Magna Carta was signed, the forests remained under royal control. And the struggle between kings, nobles, and ordinary people over these lands would continue for decades. Which raises an interesting question. Did the new agreements actually change life for the villagers living inside the royal forests, or did the king simply find new ways to keep control of the land? The year is 1215. England is tense. Powerful nobles have forced their king to meet them beside the River Thames and agree to a list of demands. The document they produce becomes one of the most famous agreements in medieval history, the Magna Carta. Many people today remember the Magna Carta as a foundation for modern democracy and legal rights. It limited the king's authority and promised that free men would not be punished without lawful judgment. But hidden among its many clauses were complaints about something more specific. The forests. Large areas of land had been declared royal hunting grounds, sometimes absorbing farms, villages, and grazing land. Nobles and commoners alike resented the restrictions placed on these territories. So when the Magna Carta was negotiated, forest law became part of the discussion. Yet the changes it promised did not arrive immediately. A separate solution. In the years following the Magna Carta, pressure continued to build. People living inside royal forests still faced fines, inspections, and restrictions on everyday activities. Nobles who had lost land to forest expansion wanted those territories returned. Eventually, a second document was created to address these complaints directly. In 1217, 2 years after the Magna Carta, the English crown issued the Charter of the Forest. This charter focused entirely on the royal forests. For the people who lived inside those forests, it represented a significant change. Although it did not abolish forest law entirely, it reduced its reach and softened some of the harshest rules. Land returned to the people. One of the most important promises of the Charter of the Forest was the reduction of forest territory. Many lands that had been declared royal forests under earlier kings were removed from the system. This meant that farmers and local lords regained control over fields, woods, and pastures that had previously been restricted. For villagers who depended on these lands for survival, the change could be life-altering. They could once again collect wood more freely, graze animals without as many fees, and use the land in ways that had once been forbidden. In other words, the forests slowly began to shrink. But the forests did not disappear entirely. Important royal hunting grounds remained under the king's authority, and the animals inside them were still protected by law. A softer approach to punishment. The Charter of the Forest also changed how punishments were handled. Earlier forest laws sometimes included brutal penalties, such as mutilation or blinding for serious offenses. Under the new rules, those punishments were abolished. Instead, most forest crimes would be punished through fines. This was a significant shift. Although fines could still be difficult to pay, they were far less severe than the physical punishments that had once terrified villagers. The charter also placed limits on how officials enforced forest law. Local juries were increasingly involved in judging cases, and certain abuses by royal officers were prohibited. These changes helped restore a sense of fairness to the legal system. Everyday life after the charter. For the people living near the forests, life slowly adjusted. Farmers resumed grazing animals in areas that had once been restricted. Woodcutters gathered timber more openly. Families used forest paths without quite as much fear of punishment. The forest remained an important resource. It provided firewood for cooking and heating. It supplied materials for building houses and tools. It offered pasture for animals during certain seasons. Yet the royal presence never disappeared completely. Foresters still patrolled the woods. Deer still belonged to the king, and hunting them without permission remained illegal. The difference was that the rules no longer felt quite as overwhelming as before. Instead of dominating nearly 1/3 of England, royal forests became smaller, more defined spaces. The long memory of the forest. Even as the laws changed, the memory of earlier restrictions remained strong. Stories about harsh punishments and strict royal officials continued to circulate among villagers. Parents warned their children not to hunt the king's deer. Travelers passing through the forest were careful about lighting fires or cutting branches. These habits became part of rural culture. Over time, the royal forest even entered English folklore. Legends about outlaws hiding among the trees began to appear in stories told by travelers and storytellers. The most famous of these legends would eventually become associated with the forests of Nottinghamshire. They told of a skilled archer who lived outside the law, stealing from the rich and helping the poor. His name, according to the stories, was Robin Hood. Although the real historical origins of Robin Hood are uncertain, the legend reflects something very real. It captures the resentment many people felt toward laws that controlled land and wildlife in ways that seemed unfair. The forests became a symbol of both royal authority and quiet rebellion. The forest today. If you visit some of England's ancient forests today, the atmosphere feels peaceful. Walking trails wind through tall trees. Deer still roam quietly through the undergrowth. Visitors pause to watch birds or enjoy the calm shade of the woods. One famous example is the New Forest, which still exists more than 9 centuries after its creation. Today it is a national park filled with hikers, cyclists, and wildlife. Few visitors realize that this same forest was once governed by strict medieval laws. Laws that could punish a farmer for gathering wood or hunting a deer. Over the centuries, the rules changed, the forest shrank, and the legal system evolved. But the landscape itself remained. The same trees, or their descendants, still stand where medieval foresters once patrolled. A quiet reflection. The story of forest law reveals something fascinating about medieval society. Kings wanted forests for hunting. Villagers needed forests for survival. These two goals often collided. For decades, royal power pushed the system in one direction, expanding forests and enforcing strict rules. Then pressure from nobles and ordinary people pushed it back. Documents like the Magna Carta and the Charter of the Forest gradually reshaped the balance between royal authority and local rights. In a way, the forests became a testing ground for a larger idea. The idea that even kings might need limits placed on their power. It was not a perfect solution, and conflicts continued long after the charters were written. But the forest law controversy helped shape the development of English legal traditions that would influence later generations. One last question beneath the trees. Now imagine standing once more on that quiet forest path. The sunlight filters through the leaves. A deer steps carefully across the trail ahead of you before disappearing among the trees. Today, you might simply enjoy the moment and continue walking. But centuries ago, that same moment might have carried risk. Because in medieval England, even being in the wrong forest at the wrong time could bring you face to face with the king's law. And while forests were dangerous places legally, they were not the only areas where medieval law shaped everyday life. In fact, some of the strangest laws had nothing to do with land or animals at all. They focused instead on something far more personal. Your reputation, your behavior in public, even the way you spoke to your neighbors. Because in medieval villages, there was a law designed specifically for people who talked too much, argued too loudly, or disturbed the peace of the community. And the punishment for breaking that law involved a strange metal device that could turn public embarrassment into a very painful lesson. Story 4. Scolds, bridles, and public shame in medieval villages. Imagine standing in the center of a medieval village. The houses are small and close together, built from wood and plaster. Smoke drifts slowly from the chimneys. Chickens wander between the narrow paths that connect one home to another. Life here is quiet most of the time. People rise early, work in fields or workshops, and return home before darkness settles over the village. News travels slowly, but gossip travels quickly. Everyone knows who borrowed grain from who argued over a fence, and who forgot to repay a debt. In a place this small, reputation matters. Your neighbors watch what you say, how you behave, and how often you disturb the peace. A friendly conversation might be welcomed, but loud arguments or constant insults could become a serious problem. And in medieval communities, problems like these sometimes ended in court. Because there was once a legal punishment designed specifically for people who were accused of causing too much trouble with their words. It involved a strange metal device known as the scold's bridle. To modern readers, the device can seem shocking, but for medieval towns, it was considered a practical solution to a common social issue. It was a punishment built entirely around one idea. If someone refused to control their speech, the law would do it for them. The meaning of scolding. In medieval English law, the word scold had a very specific meaning. It referred to someone who repeatedly disturbed neighbors through loud arguments, insults, or public disputes. A scold was seen as a person who disrupted the harmony of the community. Most accusations involved constant verbal conflict. Someone might shout at neighbors across fences. Others might spread insults in the marketplace. Sometimes disputes between families escalated into ongoing public arguments that lasted for weeks or months. For village leaders, these situations were more than simple disagreements. They threatened the fragile peace that small communities depended upon. When everyone lived close together and shared limited resources, cooperation was essential. A household known for constant quarrels could create tension throughout the entire village. So local courts began treating habitual scolding as a punishable offense. The village court. Many medieval villages held regular court meetings to resolve disputes. These gatherings were often organized by the local lord or town authorities. Villagers assembled to discuss complaints involving land boundaries, debts, property damage, and other everyday problems. If someone was accused of being a scold, witnesses might be called to speak. Neighbors described what they had heard. Perhaps they reported repeated shouting late at night. Perhaps they complained about insults exchanged in the market square. Sometimes they simply explained that arguments had become so frequent that normal life was being disrupted. The court would listen carefully. Because unlike crimes such as theft or assault, scolding was difficult to prove through physical evidence. Instead, the decision relied heavily on the opinions of neighbors. If enough people agreed that someone was creating constant trouble, the court might decide that punishment was necessary. The device itself. The punishment known as the scold's bridle appeared in several parts of Europe, but it became particularly well known in Britain during the late medieval and early modern periods. The device was made of iron. It was designed like a metal cage that fit around the head. A band wrapped around the forehead and another around the back of the skull, holding the frame firmly in place. Straps secured the device so that it could not be easily removed. Inside the cage, a small metal plate or spike pressed against the tongue. This feature prevented the wearer from speaking normally. If they attempted to talk or shout, the metal piece caused discomfort or pain. The message was clear. The punishment directly controlled the behavior that the court wanted to stop. Public humiliation. The scold's bridle was not used privately. Its purpose was public embarrassment. Once fitted with the device, the accused person might be forced to walk through the village streets. Sometimes they were tied to a post or displayed in the marketplace where neighbors could see them. These displays could last for hours. Villagers passing by might stare, laugh, or whisper about the incident. Children might point curiously at the strange metal mask. For the person wearing it, the experience was deeply humiliating. But humiliation was precisely the point. Medieval punishments often relied on public shame rather than long-term imprisonment. The goal was not only to punish the offender, but also to send a message to everyone watching. Disrupting the peace of the community had consequences. Why words were taken so seriously? At first glance, punishing someone for speaking too loudly might seem excessive. But in medieval villages, maintaining harmony was extremely important. Life in small communities required cooperation. Farmers shared tools and grazing land. Neighbors helped one another during harvests or difficult seasons. Disputes could easily escalate if people felt insulted or disrespected. Because of this, public arguments sometimes grew into larger conflicts between families or groups. Village courts attempted to prevent these tensions from spreading. By punishing habitual scolds, authorities hoped to discourage behavior that might lead to more serious problems. In other words, the scold's bridle was meant to protect social stability, even if the method seems harsh by modern standards. The role of gender. Historical records suggest that many people punished as scolds were women. In part, this reflects the gender expectations of medieval society. Women were often expected to behave quietly and respectfully in public settings. When a woman challenged neighbors, spoke loudly in disputes, or criticized others openly, her behavior could attract strong attention. Courts sometimes interpreted such actions as violations of social norms. However, men could also be punished for scolding. Arguments between male neighbors, especially those involving insults or accusations, were occasionally brought before village courts as well. The key issue was not simply gender, but repeated disruption. If someone was known for constant quarrels and loud confrontations, they risked becoming a target of legal action. Other punishments for scolds. The scold's bridle was not the only punishment used for this offense. Another common device was the ducking stool. In this punishment, the accused person was tied to a chair attached to a long beam. The chair could then be lowered into a pond or river before being lifted out again. This process might be repeated several times. Like the bridle, the ducking stool relied heavily on public spectacle. Crowds gathered to watch as the accused person was dunked into the water. Again, the goal was humiliation rather than physical injury. Village leaders believed that embarrassment would discourage future arguments. And in many cases, it probably did. After experiencing such public punishment, few people wanted to risk repeating the behavior. The quiet pressure of community life. For most villagers, avoiding these punishments meant learning to manage disputes carefully. Arguments still happened, of course. Neighbors disagreed about property lines, livestock damage, or unpaid debts. These conflicts were part of everyday life. But people were expected to resolve disagreements without turning them into constant public confrontations. Maintaining a calm reputation mattered. Someone known as cooperative and respectful was less likely to face accusations in court. Someone known for shouting insults across the village square might find neighbors less willing to defend them when legal trouble appeared. In small communities, reputation acted almost like an invisible law. And that reputation could determine whether a disagreement remained a private matter or became a public punishment. The strange balance of medieval justice. Punishments like the scold's bridle reveal something important about medieval law. Courts were not only concerned with serious crime such as theft or violence. They also tried to manage everyday behavior. Noise, insults, gossip, and quarrels could all become legal issues if they disrupted the community. To modern observers, these rules may seem intrusive. But for medieval villagers living close together in fragile economic conditions, peace and cooperation were essential for survival. The law stepped in when those social bonds began to break down. And sometimes it did so in ways that were very visible. Because public punishments were meant to remind everyone of the rules that kept the village functioning. A question of fairness. Yet punishments like the scold's bridle also raise uncomfortable questions. Who decided when someone had spoken too loudly? How many complaints were necessary before the court intervened? Could personal grudges influence accusations? In small communities where everyone knew each other, these questions were difficult to answer clearly. Village courts depended heavily on local opinion. And local opinion could be shaped by friendship, rivalry, or long-standing tensions between families. Which means that punishments intended to preserve harmony sometimes revealed deeper conflicts within the community itself. And once those conflicts reached the court, the outcome might depend as much on reputation as on truth. Which leads to an interesting question. When someone was accused of being a scold, how did the village decide whether the accusation was fair or simply the result of gossip and personal grudges? Imagine the day has arrived when the accused scold must appear before the village court. The morning air is damp and cold. Villagers gather around the small open space near the Lord's Hall or the communal green. Some come to watch out of curiosity. Others come to support the accused or testify on their behalf. And some are there simply to ensure that the law is upheld. The accused person stands quietly, perhaps shivering from the cold or anxiety. A small crowd has already begun whispering, commenting on every gesture, every murmur, and every glance. In this setting, the courtroom is not a building. It is the entire community, and every eye is an informal juror. The role of witnesses. In cases of scolding, witnesses were essential. The village court relied heavily on testimony. Neighbors were asked, had the accused been loud or argumentative repeatedly? Had they insulted others in public spaces like the marketplace or near the well? Had they caused quarrels that disturbed community life? Interestingly, witnesses could include friends, enemies, and bystanders alike. Each person's testimony carried weight. The same words, if spoken by different witnesses, could lead to dramatically different outcomes. A single, influential villager's testimony could tip the case in one direction, reflecting the subtle power dynamics in the village. This reliance on testimony meant that reputation was a critical factor. If the accused had long-standing disputes with neighbors or was known for speaking bluntly, they were more likely to be judged guilty. Conversely, someone respected and trusted might receive leniency even after repeated complaints. The judgment. Once the witnesses spoke, the court deliberated. In smaller villages, the decision could be swift, often made by the local lord or appointed officials. Larger towns might have a panel of elders who listened carefully to arguments before declaring judgment. If found guilty, the punishment was designed to correct behavior and shame the offender publicly. The scold's bridle was one such punishment, but other penalties could include public reprimands, fines, or physical correction. The choice of punishment depended on several factors: the perceived severity of the scolding, the social standing of the accused, and sometimes the mood of the community. Yet in all cases, public humiliation was central. Medieval justice often relied on social pressure to enforce norms because imprisonment was costly and long-term rehabilitation concepts did not exist. Experiencing the bridle. For the person condemned to wear the scold's bridle, the experience was intensely humiliating. The iron cage was heavy and uncomfortable. A metal plate pressed against the tongue or jaw, making speech painful and sometimes impossible. The punishment was carried out publicly. The offender might be paraded through the village streets, tied to a post, or displayed in the marketplace. Children would point and laugh, adults would whisper, and gossip would circulate long after the event. The goal was clear: to teach the offender to moderate their speech and to warn others of the consequences of verbal disruption. It was a law that combined physical discomfort with psychological pressure, ensuring that both the punished individual and the entire community remembered the consequences. Gossip and the social web. Interestingly, gossip itself could be a double-edged sword. While it might lead to punishment, it also reinforced community standards. Villagers learned what behavior was acceptable and what might trigger a visit to the court. But gossip could also be weaponized. Long-standing feuds or rivalries sometimes escalated into formal accusations. A neighbor with a personal grudge could influence the court by emphasizing minor incidents or framing normal speech as disruptive. This reliance on social testimony made the justice system as much about navigating community networks as it was about obeying rules. Thus, living in a medieval village meant constantly balancing personal behavior with social perception. Every argument, loud word, or criticism risked being remembered, reported, and potentially punished. The ducking stool and alternative punishments. While the scold's bridle was notorious, other punishments for scolding or disruptive women existed, particularly in regions where water was accessible. The ducking stool, for instance, involved tying the offender to a chair attached to a long beam, which was then dipped repeatedly into a pond or river. The purpose was similar: public humiliation and social correction. Victims emerged wet, shivering, and embarrassed. While it could be physically uncomfortable, it also served as a spectacle, teaching the entire community the cost of verbal misconduct. Other punishments included fines or the temporary seizure of property. The emphasis remained on restoring community harmony rather than long-term imprisonment. Gender, power, and social control. The enforcement of scolding laws highlights the intersection of gender and power in medieval villages. Women, often expected to be obedient and quiet, were disproportionately targeted. Public speaking, questioning authority, or persistent arguments could easily be framed as disorderly behavior. Men could also be punished, but societal expectations allowed them slightly more leeway in public expression. Still, if a man repeatedly disrupted the community, he too might face the bridle or other corrective measures. In essence, these laws were tools to regulate social behavior, protect village cohesion, and maintain the hierarchical structures that defined medieval life. Everyday life under surveillance. Even outside of court appearances, villagers lived with a subtle form of social surveillance. Gossip, observation by neighbors, and reports to local authorities kept people aware of boundaries for speech and conduct. Children learned from an early age to modulate behavior. Women were cautious about public interactions, and men were mindful of creating disputes that could escalate. These informal checks were reinforced by the formal legal mechanisms like the bridle or ducking stool. Medieval justice was therefore as much about controlling the social environment as punishing individual wrongdoing. The legacy of the scold's bridle. Scold's bridles eventually fell out of use, and medieval villages evolved into larger towns with formalized policing and legal systems. Yet the underlying principle remains familiar. Communities have long sought ways to regulate speech and behavior to maintain social order. The bridle represents an extreme example of how a society can enforce norms through both physical and psychological means. It also shows the enduring tension between individual expression and communal stability, a tension that continues in different forms today. An unresolved question. Standing in the village once more, consider this. If gossip and neighborly observation could determine legal outcomes, how much of medieval justice was truly about law, and how much about perception, influence, and social hierarchy. And even today, when we think about shamming or public accountability, how do we decide what is fair and what crosses the line into cruelty? The sun rises slowly over the village green. A few birds call softly from the rooftops. Children run between cottages, chasing one another with sticks and hoops. Life seems ordinary. But for someone recently subjected to a scold's bridle, the day is anything but normal. The memory of being forced into a public spectacle lingers, a heavy iron cage pressing against their head and tongue, visible to every neighbor. Each glance or whisper in the marketplace feels sharper, reminding them of the humiliation they endured. This was the point of the punishment. In medieval villages, social cohesion depended on subtle balances, cooperation, shared labor, and mutual trust. When one person repeatedly disrupted that balance with loud words, arguments, or insults, the entire community could feel the effects. The scold's bridle served as both deterrent and demonstration, a warning that social rules were not abstract ideas, but forces that could shape everyday life in very real, often painful ways. Walking through the market. Imagine the wearer being led through the marketplace. Villagers stop to look, some laughing quietly, others shaking their heads. A few children point or giggle, while adults whisper about the troublemaker who has finally been corrected. The spectacle is carefully orchestrated. Officials who oversee the punishment ensure the person remains visible for hours. Sometimes they are tethered to a post in front of the town hall or a busy intersection. By the time the punishment ends, the message is clear. Public harmony is valued above individual freedom of speech. Community norms, backed by law, demand compliance. And for the punished individual, every step of this parade reinforces a profound lesson. Survival in a medieval village required careful attention to social expectations. Words mattered. Tone mattered. Disruption could be dangerous. Psychological and social effects. The scold's bridle was more than a physical punishment. Its psychological impact was significant. Wearing the iron device not only caused discomfort, but also reinforced social hierarchies. Women in particular were acutely aware of the boundaries imposed upon them. A single public humiliation could follow a person for months, influencing how they interacted with neighbors, family members, and local authorities. Men, while less frequently punished, also learned the risks of repeated verbal confrontations. The threat of public shamming encouraged restraint and careful navigation of communal relationships. In many ways, the punishment created an early form of social self-regulation. Villagers internalized the rules because the consequences were so visible and immediate. It was a legal system that relied as much on fear and observation as on formal court proceedings. Stories of survival and compliance. Historical accounts suggest that most villagers adjusted their behavior quickly. After enduring or witnessing such punishments, people became cautious. Arguments were resolved privately. Complaints were moderated. Loud insults or quarrels diminished. Yet not every story ended in total compliance. Some villagers resisted subtly, choosing moments when officials were not present to gather firewood, argue, or confront neighbors. Others moved to neighboring villages where scrutiny was less intense. These small acts of defiance reveal how medieval communities balanced law, survival, and personal agency. Life was rarely entirely controlled by official decrees, even when punishments were designed to dominate the body and mind. The decline of the bridle. By the 17th century, punishments like the scold's bridle began to fade. Several factors contributed to this decline. Changing social norms. Expectations around speech and gender slowly evolved. Communities began tolerating more open debate, and the rigid enforcement of verbal conduct became less central. Emergence of formal policing. Towns developed watchmen and constables, shifting the focus from social regulation to formal law enforcement. Legal reform. The rise of written laws and courts with more structured procedures reduced reliance on public spectacle as a primary form of justice. Although the scold's bridle disappeared, its legacy remained. The idea that speech could have legal consequences continued in other forms, from fines for public disorder to rules regulating libel and slander. The broader context of medieval justice. Punishments like the bridle were not isolated incidents. They were part of a wider legal philosophy that intertwined survival, social cohesion, and law. In small, tight-knit communities, everyday behavior had a direct impact on collective well-being. Arguments could disrupt cooperation, interfere with labor, or exacerbate resource scarcity. Lawmakers sought to intervene before small disruptions became major problems. The bridle and similar punishments illustrate an important medieval principle. Law was not only about protecting property or punishing serious crimes, it was also about preserving harmony, maintaining survival networks, and controlling behavior that threatened the fragile balance of daily life. A reflection on public shame. From a modern perspective, the scold's bridle seems harsh, even cruel. Yet in context, it was considered practical. Public shame, backed by physical discomfort, was an effective way to teach lessons in behavior, reinforce social norms, and ensure communal survival. The punishment also highlights the interconnectedness of village life. In small communities, actions, especially words, carried consequences far beyond the immediate moment. A single scolding could ripple through neighbors' lives, affecting labor, cooperation, and trust. In that sense, the bridle was not merely punitive, it was preventive. It reminded everyone, constantly and publicly, that the survival of the village depended on careful attention to social harmony. One last thought. Now imagine the village square once more. The crowd has dispersed, the market quiets, and the person who wore the bridle returns home, perhaps shaking, perhaps chastened, perhaps defiant. Life goes on. Yet every whisper and glance reminds them, and the entire village, of the invisible boundaries that govern social life. And it raises a question that extends far beyond medieval villages. If words alone could threaten survival, and public shame was a tool for enforcing compliance, what does that tell us about the balance between free speech, social cohesion, and community survival in any society even today? Story 5. The medieval law of nightwalking: how wandering after dark could land you in jail. Imagine dusk falling over a medieval town. The streets are narrow and uneven, lined with timber-framed houses leaning slightly into one another. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys. The marketplace has emptied, and flickering torches illuminate small pockets of activity. The air grows chilly. Shadows stretch long across the cobblestones. People hurry home, locking doors and bolting gates. By now, most towns are effectively shut down for the night. This is not merely custom, it is the law. In medieval England, as in many European regions, wandering the streets after dark could be considered suspicious or outright criminal. Nightwalking, as authorities called it, carried real legal consequences. A person found roaming at night might be detained, fined, or sent before the local court. Why such fear of ordinary movement? The reasons were surprisingly practical, yet they reveal much about the social, legal, and psychological world of the Middle Ages. The threats of darkness. Medieval towns were dangerous places after nightfall. Street lighting was minimal, often limited to a single torch or lantern outside the wealthiest houses. Accidents were common. Uneven cobblestones, open wells, and narrow alleys made travel treacherous. A careless step could lead to injury, sometimes serious enough to incapacitate someone for weeks. Then there was crime. Pickpockets, thieves, and highwaymen operated with relative impunity in the shadows. Murders, assaults, and robberies were far more likely to occur at night than during the bustling daytime. Communities quickly recognized a simple truth: unmonitored activity in the dark threatened everyone's survival. And so authorities acted. The legal framework. Nightwalking laws varied from region to region, but often shared common principles. Most medieval towns had ordinances forbidding anyone from being on the streets after a specific hour, unless they had legitimate business. Exceptions might include guards, messengers, or people traveling for emergencies. Violations could lead to arrest by local constables or watchmen. Suspects were brought before a village or town court, questioned, and often fined. Repeat offenders might face harsher punishments, including confinement or physical penalties. In some cities, carrying a light after a certain hour was required. Lanterns signaled lawful presence. Wandering without one was viewed as suspicious, possibly indicating criminal intent. For townspeople, these rules shaped daily life. Evening walks became rare. Socializing outdoors after dark was limited, and the dark itself became a tool for controlling behavior. The role of watchmen. Medieval towns employed watchmen to enforce nightwalking laws. These men, sometimes volunteers, sometimes paid, patrolled the streets at night, armed with staves, horns, or simple weapons. Their duties included ensuring doors and gates were secured, watching for fires or hazards, apprehending suspicious individuals. Being caught by a watchman could be terrifying. Even innocent wandering could be interpreted as mischief, theft, or plotting. Watchmen were the eyes of authority after dusk. Their presence reinforced the idea that the town did not sleep peacefully, but was under constant surveillance. Daily life under night restrictions. For ordinary villagers or townspeople, the law affected both routine and personal freedom. Markets closed early. Workers returned home as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. Travel between towns required careful planning to avoid nighttime penalties. Even celebrations, festivals, or religious processions had to account for the law. Evening gatherings often concluded before the curfew, or attendees risked fines. The law also had psychological effects. Darkness became associated with danger, suspicion, and authority. People learned to treat the night with caution, internalizing rules through both fear and habit. Cases of punishment. Historical records reveal a variety of punishments for night walking. Fines were common, especially for first-time offenders. A small sum of money or goods compensated authorities and reinforced the rule. Public shamming sometimes accompanied penalties. Offenders might be displayed in the town square, wearing identifying badges or signs indicating their violation. Confinement could be used for repeat offenders. Local jails, often cramped and unsanitary, ensured compliance and deterred others. The severity often depended on local custom, the social status of the offender, and the discretion of officials. Suspicion and social control. Beyond practical safety, nightwalking laws also reflected concerns about social order. Darkness made it harder to distinguish friend from stranger, trusted villager from outsider. Rumors and gossip flourished. Authorities feared that nighttime wandering could lead to conspiracies, thefts, or challenges to hierarchical power. By restricting movement, the law maintained social hierarchy. People were expected to be home, quiet, and obedient after nightfall. Those who resisted or ignored the rules became visible examples of disorder. And in medieval towns, visibility mattered. Being caught in violation could damage one's reputation as well as incur punishment. Balancing necessity and law. Of course, people still had reasons to be out at night. Farmers might need to check livestock. Messengers traveled between towns. Emergencies such as fires or illness required immediate action. The law often recognized necessity, allowing exceptions for legitimate reasons. But navigating these exceptions could be complicated. Appearing before a court to justify night activity required witnesses, documentation, or luck. Misjudgment could result in fines even if the wanderer's intentions were honest. Life lessons from darkness. Nightwalking laws reveal the intimate connection between law, survival, and social cohesion in the Middle Ages. In tightly packed towns with fragile resources, maintaining order after dark was essential. Safety depended on predictable behavior. The law was not only punitive but preventive, designed to protect the community from both physical and social risks. At the same time, these laws limited personal freedom. Simple acts like strolling after dusk, socializing in the evening, or walking a familiar path could become criminal. People learned to weigh necessity against risk. Planning daily life required attention not just to work, family, and survival, but also to the timing of every step and word. An unresolved question. Now imagine the streets at night. A figure walks alone, lantern in hand. Every shadow could conceal danger, every alleyway could conceal mischief or opportunity. Would this person be judged harshly if stopped by a watchman, or could they explain their presence and avoid punishment? And more broadly, what does it tell us about the tension between safety and freedom, when laws attempt to control human movement in ways that seem protective yet limiting at the same time? As night deepens over a medieval town, the streets grow quiet. Only the occasional torch flickers against timber-framed walls, and the distant sound of livestock shifting in pens drifts through the air. To most villagers, this quiet is reassuring, a signal that danger is less likely. But for authorities enforcing nightwalking laws, darkness is the prime opportunity to observe, deter, and punish. Patrolling the streets was a serious responsibility. Watchmen, often appointed by the lord of the manor or town council, were entrusted with maintaining order when everyone else slept. Their presence reinforced the law not just through enforcement, but through psychological influence. Even the rumor of patrols could keep villagers home and compliant. The life of a watchman. Watchmen were neither glamorous nor highly paid. They often served in rotation with local men who had day jobs: blacksmiths, farmers, or carpenters, receiving minimal compensation for night service. Equipped with wooden staves, whistles, or small lanterns, their job was to confront anyone traveling the streets after curfew. Suspects were questioned, sometimes brought to local courts, and occasionally fined or detained. The unpredictability of their duties created tension for villagers. One night, a watchman might overlook a minor offense. The next night, a person walking home after an evening of chores might find themselves summoned to the town court. This uncertainty reinforced obedience. Villagers internalized curfew rules not simply out of fear of punishment, but as a necessary precaution for survival in a tightly controlled, high-risk environment. Legal definitions and loopholes. Nightwalking laws were often vaguely written, which gave local authorities significant discretion. Suspicious behavior could include walking after sunset without a lantern, moving silently through alleys, or even carrying tools that might be mistaken for weapons. Guards and courts could interpret intentions subjectively. Yet villagers found subtle ways to navigate the rules. Traveling in groups, carrying visible lights, or providing plausible explanations such as visiting a sick relative often prevented punishment. Exceptions for necessity existed, but they required social knowledge, knowing whom to call for testimony, which routes to take, and which activities were permitted. These maneuvers reveal how medieval law and everyday survival intertwined. Villagers constantly balanced personal needs with the risk of legal repercussions. Night became a strategic space in which decisions were measured against both law and safety. Night crimes and fear. Why was nightwalking so heavily regulated? The medieval mind associated darkness not only with physical danger, but also with moral risk. Crimes such as theft, assault, and arson were more likely under the cover of night. Suspicion extended beyond tangible offenses to imagined threats, conspiracies, witchcraft, or social disorder. Towns were small and communities were tightly knit. Even minor crimes could disrupt economic survival or escalate tensions between families. By restricting movement at night, authorities attempted to mitigate these dangers preemptively. This logic illustrates a recurring theme in medieval law. The boundary between practical safety and social control was often blurred. Laws served both to protect and to regulate the population in ways that went beyond immediate threats. Punishment for violators. Historical accounts describe various penalties for night walking. Fines, the most common response. These could range from small amounts of money to the confiscation of goods, depending on the perceived severity of the offense. Confinement. For repeated violations or particularly suspicious behavior, offenders might be held in town jails or stocks overnight. Public shamming. As with other medieval punishments, visibility was key. Sometimes the offender was paraded through town streets in daylight following detention, wearing identifying marks or signs indicating their crime. These measures were designed not only to punish the individual, but also to deter others. In small communities, the social impact of being labeled a night walker could last long after the immediate penalty was served. Case studies from the records. Several historical cases illustrate the real consequences of night walking. A traveling merchant caught in the streets after curfew without a lantern was fined and made to perform public labor for a day. A group of youths lingering near the market square after sunset was tied to the stocks overnight, with banners identifying them as violators. A wandering beggar repeatedly appearing after dark was confined until a local magistrate intervened, citing the potential danger to the community. These cases demonstrate how enforcement was context-sensitive. Social status, purpose, and prior reputation influenced outcomes, creating a nuanced system that was flexible but often arbitrary. The psychological weight. The threat of night-walking laws extended beyond physical punishment. Fear of being apprehended, shamed, or labeled disorderly influenced behavior deeply. Villagers internalized rules. Even in the absence of guards, most people avoided streets at night. Children were taught curfew routines from a young age. Adults planned errands and social visits to comply with expectations. This internalization of law exemplifies a key feature of medieval society. Compliance was as much about social conditioning as enforcement. The law worked best when it was remembered and respected, not just feared. The balance between freedom and safety. Night-walking laws highlight the tension between personal freedom and communal survival. While restricting movement might have seemed oppressive, it also served practical purposes. Fewer people wandering at night meant fewer accidents, reduced opportunities for theft, and greater social predictability. Yet the enforcement relied heavily on perception. Innocent travelers could be punished if suspicion fell upon them. The line between necessity, negligence, and crime was often blurry, leaving villagers constantly negotiating safety, freedom, and legality. An open question. Imagine stepping out after sunset in a medieval town, lantern in hand, with only shadows for company. Every step is measured. Every path is carefully chosen. Who determines whether you are a law-abiding citizen or a suspect? How much of the law is about actual danger, and how much is about maintaining social order, hierarchy, and control? And perhaps most strikingly, if you lived in that world, would you walk bravely into the night or stay safely behind the locked doors of your home? Night has fully descended over the medieval town. The streets are narrow, winding, and empty, illuminated only by the occasional torch flickering from a merchant's doorway or a church lantern hanging near the square. Shadows stretch long across cobblestones, and the air carries the scent of smoke and damp earth. For most townspeople, this hour is meant for rest. For the few wandering after curfew, it is fraught with risk. Being caught outside without purpose could mean anything from a minor fine to confinement in the town jail. Worse, it could mark you socially. In a small community where every neighbor watched and remembered, the label of nightwalker could follow a person for weeks or months. The role of curfews. Medieval towns often imposed strict curfews. The rules were simple but absolute. By a certain hour, usually at sunset or shortly after, all citizens were expected to be off the streets unless authorized. Bells rung from church towers, horns from watchmen, or signal fires often marked the beginning of the curfew. These laws were not arbitrary. Towns relied on predictable behavior to maintain safety. Fires, theft, assaults, and even animal attacks were more common at night. By keeping people indoors, authorities reduced the risk of accidents and criminal activity. Yet curfews also gave power to the authorities. Towns could monitor obedience, enforce fines, and regulate the rhythms of daily life. Compliance became both a necessity for survival and a demonstration of social order. Navigating the night. Some villagers adapted clever strategies to comply while still accomplishing essential tasks. Farmers might schedule animal checks or field work earlier in the day. Messengers and tradespeople often traveled in groups or carried lanterns to signal legitimacy. Those traveling for emergencies, illness, injury, or fire had to rely on local knowledge. Familiarity with the watchmen, the timing of patrols, and the routes considered acceptable could mean the difference between passing unnoticed or facing punishment. Nightwalking laws thus created a complex dance between individual necessity and communal regulation. Everyone had to weigh the risk of legal consequences against the need to move and act under the cover of darkness. Enforcement and social memory. The medieval system relied heavily on human observation. Watchmen, neighbors, and local officials served as eyes and ears after dark. Their reports could determine whether someone was guilty, innocent, or deserving of leniency. Punishment, when applied, was often public. Offenders could be displayed in stocks, paraded with identifying markers, or fined in the presence of witnesses. The goal was not only to penalize but to communicate a social lesson. The safety and order of the community depend on following curfew laws. The memory of enforcement persisted. Villagers recounted stories of fines, public embarrassment, and arrests. These stories circulated through markets, taverns, and homes, teaching compliance by fear of social consequences. Over time, this created an invisible system of surveillance that extended far beyond the physical presence of watchmen. Balancing freedom and authority. Nightwalking laws illustrate a recurring medieval tension, the balance between personal freedom and communal survival. Movement at night was a risk both to the individual and the community. Laws restricted freedom, but they also protected villagers from physical harm, theft, and social disruption. The enforcement methods, curfews, patrols, fines, and public shamming, demonstrated that law was not just about justice, but about control and social cohesion. Authority existed to prevent chaos, yet it also reminded everyone that individual actions were never entirely private. Cases and consequences. Records of medieval town courts reveal a variety of outcomes for nightwalking violations. A young apprentice caught after curfew might be fined a few pence or required to perform labor for the town. A beggar wandering streets repeatedly could be confined overnight, sometimes chained or held in stocks. A merchant traveling without lanterns or official notice could face both fines and social reproach, complicating future trade relationships. Each case reinforced the same lesson. Nightwalking laws were meant to protect, to punish, and to remind every resident that darkness was a shared space regulated by law. Lessons for medieval society. From a broader perspective, these laws reveal the medieval understanding of order and risk. Communities were tightly interconnected. Survival depended not only on physical resources, but also on predictability in behavior. Nightwalking laws, like scolds, bridles, or forest regulations, were part of a larger framework that managed daily life. They show how medieval society combined practical safety, social control, and moral expectation to regulate behavior. The law was rarely abstract. It applied directly to the rhythms of daily life: when to work, when to walk, when to speak, and when to remain silent. Observing these rules was often essential for personal survival. Reflecting on the darkness. Now picture a traveler moving cautiously through dimly lit streets, a lantern held high. Each step is measured. Each glance is wary. Every shadow could hide danger or suspicion. The laws that governed nightwalking were not merely punitive. They were a reflection of the fragile, interdependent social fabric of medieval towns. Compliance meant safety, social harmony, and reputation. Defiance could mean punishment, shame, or even injury. And yet, these rules also raise questions for us today. When laws limit movement for communal safety, where is the line between protection and oppression? How much freedom can be sacrificed in the name of order? Medieval nightwalking laws remind us that darkness has always been both a physical and social space, a place where survival, authority, and human behavior intersect in ways that are more complex than they first appear. Would you like to continue to Story 6? The Curious Case of Medieval Food Adulteration, Poisonous Bread, and Rotten Beer, Section 1. Continue. Story 6. The Curious Case of Medieval Food Adulteration, Poisonous Bread, and Rotten Beer. Section 1. The Hidden Dangers on the Table. Imagine a medieval village market on a busy morning. Stalls are set up along the uneven cobblestones, and merchants display their goods proudly. Sacks of grain, wheels of cheese, barrels of salted fish, and loaves of bread baked that very morning. The smell of freshly baked bread mingles with the earthy scent of vegetables and the tang of fermented ale. For most villagers, food is not just sustenance, it is survival. Every meal requires careful planning, and mistakes or misfortune could easily lead to hunger or illness. But in this medieval world, danger often lurked where you least expected it, on the table itself. Adulteration and its motives. Food adulteration was surprisingly common. Bakers, brewers, and merchants sometimes added substances to extend products, increase profits, or disguise spoilage. Bread, wheat was expensive, and poor quality flour could be mixed with cheaper grains like rye or even sawdust. In some cases, toxic plants or molds contaminated the dough. Beer and ale. Fermented beverages were central to daily life, consumed by both children and adults because water was often unsafe. Brewers sometimes added chemicals or reused old, spoiled mash, increasing the risk of stomach ailments or poisoning. Spices and preservatives. Merchants used spices to mask unpleasant flavors in meat or fish. Salted products might be oversalted or underpreserved, creating the potential for bacterial growth. The motivation was simple: profit, but the consequences could be deadly. A batch of contaminated bread or beer could sicken dozens of people, sometimes fatally. Daily life and risk. For the average villager, avoiding tainted food was a constant challenge. There was no scientific testing. Appearance, smell, and taste were the only clues. Even then, a perfectly browned loaf could hide dangerous mold. A golden ale might be turning sour beneath its frothy head. Families developed informal strategies to protect themselves. Bread might be tested by tearing small pieces and smelling or tasting them. Ale could be inspected for unusual odors or sediment. Farmers often preferred their own produce or goods from trusted neighbors. But even careful measures could fail. Merchants moved between towns, ingredients varied with the seasons, and spoilage was often invisible. The risk of accidental poisoning was never far away. Legal oversight. Medieval towns did have regulations aimed at preventing adulteration. Guilds controlled standards for bakers, brewers, and butchers. Officials could inspect goods, measure loaves, and test weights. Violators faced fines, public shamming, or loss of trade privileges. A baker caught selling undersized loaves might be forced to display a notice declaring their guilt. Brewers using spoiled ingredients could be barred from selling beer for a period. Yet enforcement was inconsistent. Wealthy or influential merchants often escaped consequences, while small traders faced harsher scrutiny. The law existed, but survival and profit often outweighed strict compliance. Bread, the daily staple and hidden hazard. Bread was central to medieval nutrition. Poor families relied on it for most calories, often supplemented by vegetables, cheese, or occasional meat. Yet bread was vulnerable. Flour could spoil during storage. Molds producing toxins such as ergot could contaminate rye, causing hallucinations, convulsions, or even death. Ergot poisoning outbreaks occurred periodically, sometimes affecting entire regions. People learned to recognize signs of spoilage, unusual colors, strong odors, or odd textures. But knowledge was imperfect, and even experienced bakers could unknowingly produce dangerous loaves. Ale, the liquid bread. Ale and beer were essential in medieval diets. Brewing converted grains into alcohol, killing many pathogens, and provided a safe liquid source when water was questionable. But brewing required skill and care. Poor sanitation, reused ingredients, or spoiled fermentation could produce harmful or foul-tasting drinks. Sometimes additives, including herbs or chemicals, were used to mask faults. The result could be nausea, diarrhea, or worse. Communities relied heavily on trusted brewers. A reputation for quality was essential, and a single incident of contamination could ruin a livelihood. Food adulteration as social history. Food was more than sustenance. It reflected social hierarchy, economic pressures, and survival strategies. Poor families bore the greatest risk from contaminated goods. Wealthier townspeople could afford higher quality bread, better ale, and trusted merchants. Legal controls, guild oversight, and community observation worked to limit dangers, but they were imperfect. Adulteration was both a symptom of scarcity and a deliberate choice for profit. Every meal was a negotiation between necessity, trust, and risk, a delicate balance that shaped everyday life. The human stories. Historical accounts describe tragic and mundane consequences. Entire households could fall ill from contaminated bread, leaving laborers unable to work and families struggling to survive. Outbreaks of ergot poisoning caused panic, sometimes mistaken for witchcraft or divine punishment. Merchants and bakers faced social and legal consequences if discovered. Villagers might boycott a business or demand restitution. In some cases, local authorities imposed public punishments, forcing offenders to apologize or endure fines in the marketplace, reinforcing both social and legal order. An open question. Imagine reaching for a loaf of bread, baked that morning, or taking a sip of ale, golden and foamy. You have no way of knowing whether the food is safe. Every meal carries risk, and survival requires careful observation, trust in the community, and a little luck. What strategies would you adopt to protect yourself in such a world? And how did the invisible threat of poisoned bread or spoiled ale shape the everyday choices of medieval villagers in ways we rarely consider today? The market square hums with life again, but now the focus shifts from selling to policing. In medieval towns, food safety was a shared responsibility between authorities, guilds, and the community. Every loaf, barrel, or salted herring was subject to scrutiny, and those who cut corners risked both punishment and public disgrace. The guild system and standards. Guilds were central to regulating food quality. Bakers, brewers, butchers, and merchants formed organized networks that established standards for production, weight, and measurement. Bakers' guilds enforced consistent loaf sizes, flour quality, and proper fermentation techniques. Members inspected each other's work and reported infractions. Brewers' guilds monitored brewing processes, ensuring cleanliness and proper fermentation. Methods were codified to prevent spoilage, though enforcement varied widely between towns. Butchers' guilds ensured meat was fresh and properly salted or smoked. Inspections were routine, particularly during market days. Guild membership conferred both privilege and responsibility. Those who violated standards could be fined, publicly shamed, or temporarily barred from trade. Market inspectors, the eyes of the law. Town officials often employed inspectors to patrol markets, checking weights, quality, and freshness. Bakers could be compelled to show proof of proper kneading or clean storage. Brewers had to demonstrate fermentation methods, and butchers were watched for spoiled meat. These inspectors were the first line of defense against adulteration, yet their reach was limited. Towns were growing, populations expanding, and resources stretched thin. Inspectors could only check so many stalls, meaning much of the responsibility fell to villagers themselves. Everyday strategies of villagers. Villagers developed their own methods to avoid contaminated food. Choosing trusted merchants. Reputation was paramount. A baker whose bread had made neighbors ill would quickly be shunned. Tasting and smelling. Before purchase, small samples were inspected. Odd smells, unusual colors, or strange textures were warning signs. Sharing knowledge. Rumors about spoiled bread or tainted ale spread quickly. A single alert could protect dozens of families. These methods created informal social networks for monitoring food safety, complementing the formal oversight of guilds and town inspectors. The danger of ergot and other toxins. Ergot contamination in rye was a particularly insidious threat. Villagers referred to it as St. Anthony's fire, a disease causing hallucinations, convulsions, and gangrene in severe cases. Outbreaks could devastate entire regions, particularly in years of poor harvest. The challenge was that ergot-infected grains often appeared normal at first. Visual inspection alone was insufficient. Knowledge of local conditions, careful milling, and sometimes sheer luck determined survival. Foodborne illnesses extended beyond ergot. Moldy bread, fermented beer gone sour, and improperly preserved meat all posed significant risks. The line between nourishment and poison was often dangerously thin. Brewing and the alehouse economy. Alehouses played a vital role in medieval society. People drank ale multiple times per day, not only for hydration but also for calories and warmth. Brewing was therefore both essential and potentially hazardous. Poor sanitation, reuse of old grains, or careless fermentation could result in spoiled ale. In extreme cases, toxins formed during fermentation could cause widespread illness. Trusted brewers were valued as critical members of the community. A single mistake could ruin reputations, spark legal disputes, or cause public panic. Alehouses themselves became centers of informal quality control, as patrons shared observations and rumors about the safety of their drinks. Legal cases and public punishments. Town records reveal dramatic examples of food adulteration cases. Bakers caught selling underweight loaves were forced to display oversized signs declaring their guilt, sometimes standing in the market square while fines were collected. Brewers using spoiled or unsafe ingredients could be barred from selling beer for weeks, with townspeople warned not to buy their products. Merchants adding dangerous substances to extend shelf life faced harsher penalties, including confiscation of goods or imprisonment. These punishments were designed to enforce compliance and maintain public trust, highlighting the combination of social, economic, and legal pressures that shape daily life. Survival, trust, and risk management. Medieval villagers learned to navigate a constant tension between necessity and danger. Food was vital, yet it could be deadly. Survival depended on careful observation, trusted relationships, and collective knowledge. Families developed strategies to minimize risk, storing grains carefully, rotating supplies, and sharing warnings about suspicious merchants. Communities relied on a mix of formal oversight and informal vigilance to manage daily threats. In essence, survival was as much about social intelligence as it was about agriculture or labor. Understanding the local market, the behavior of neighbors, and the reputation of producers could mean the difference between health and illness, life and death. An open question. Now picture reaching for a golden loaf of bread or a frothy mug of ale. You know the risks, but hunger is immediate, and the market is the only source of sustenance. Would you trust the merchant with a solid reputation, or take your chances with a cheaper loaf? How did the invisible dangers of contaminated food shape decisions, daily routines, and social networks in medieval villages? The answers are not simple, and the tension between survival, trust, and law would continue to define everyday life for centuries to come. The sun rises over the village once more, and the market square awakens with its familiar bustle. Merchants arrange barrels, sacks, and loaves, preparing for another day of trade. Life in a medieval town depends on these routines. Yet behind every transaction lies a delicate tension, the invisible threat of food contamination, the risk of illness, and the omnipresent scrutiny of both law and community. For villagers, survival depended as much on knowledge and vigilance as on labor or farming. One misjudged loaf or spoiled batch of beer could have devastating consequences not just physically, but socially. A single incident of illness could stigmatize a family or ruin a merchant's reputation for months. Public punishments and social memory. When food adulteration was discovered, punishment was often public. Bakers might be compelled to stand in the marketplace, wearing identifying marks that announced their offense. Brewers using spoiled ingredients could face fines or be barred from selling for weeks. These displays were not merely punitive, they reinforced community memory. Villagers learned which merchants were trustworthy and which posed danger. Over time, public punishments served as a kind of social education, teaching both compliance and caution. The memory of these punishments endured. Families shared stories of ruined loaves or toxic ale, ensuring that knowledge about risks circulated widely. This informal communication network functioned alongside guild oversight and legal enforcement, creating a multi-layered system of food safety and social accountability. Survival strategies and daily vigilance. For most people, survival required constant vigilance. Villagers developed practical strategies. Inspection before purchase, looking for unusual smells, colors, or textures. Relying on trusted merchants, long-standing relationships reduced the risk of purchasing tainted goods. Storing food carefully. Grain, bread, and preserved foods required careful storage to avoid mold or spoilage. Community knowledge, sharing warnings about dangerous batches or unscrupulous traders. Even with these precautions, danger remained. Foodborne illnesses could still strike unexpectedly, especially during times of scarcity, poor harvests, or harsh winters. Health and the human toll. The consequences of adulterated food were often severe. Outbreaks of ergotism, spoiled ale poisoning, or contaminated bread could incapacitate entire families. Laborers unable to work due to illness threatened both personal and communal survival. Children, The elderly and the sick were particularly vulnerable. Medical understanding was limited. Remedies often relied on herbs, superstition, or trial and error. Preventing illness depended far more on vigilance, trust, and social networks than on formal medical intervention. Food as a reflection of society. Adulterated bread and spoiled ale reveal more than just the physical dangers of medieval life. They reflect the broader social, economic, and legal structures of the time. Economic pressure, scarcity and demand incentivized adulteration and risky practices. Social trust, reputation, and observation were central to safety. Legal oversight, guilds, inspectors, and public punishments enforced standards imperfectly but effectively. Community interdependence, survival required collective knowledge and cooperation. Each loaf of bread, each barrel of beer, became a microcosm of these tensions, illustrating how daily life in the Middle Ages was deeply intertwined with risk, trust, and social regulation. Lessons for modern readers. While today we enjoy food safety regulations, refrigeration, and scientific testing, medieval life reminds us that food has always been a site of vulnerability and social negotiation. The invisible dangers in every meal required attentiveness, discernment, and reliance on community knowledge. In a sense, the act of eating was also an act of survival. Each meal involved judgment, whom to trust, which foods to avoid, and how to interpret the signs of potential danger. This focus on vigilance, community, and reputation shaped not only physical health but social life. Merchants, consumers, and officials were locked in a constant negotiation to balance profit, safety, and trust, an intricate dance that influenced the rhythms of daily life across centuries. An open question. Picture the bustling medieval marketplace once more. You've carefully chosen your loaf of bread, checked the ale for unusual odors, and trusted a merchant's reputation. But the risk is never gone. Every purchase carries uncertainty. How did these invisible threats influence behavior, relationships, and social networks? And when survival depends on vigilance, trust, and luck, what does that tell us about the balance between human ingenuity, risk, and law? In the end, the story of medieval food reminds us that survival has always been as much about observation, judgment, and community as it is about strength or skill. Story 7. The medieval sumptuary laws: how clothing could get you fined or worse. Imagine stepping into a bustling medieval town square. Merchants hawk their wares, children run between carts, and the smell of fresh bread and livestock mingles in the air. You notice the variety of clothing. Some wear simple homespun tunics, others are draped in brightly dyed fabrics, furs, and jewelry that catch the sunlight. But in the Middle Ages, what you wore was not only a personal choice, it was a matter of law. Sumptuary laws were designed to regulate clothing, jewelry, and even food consumption according to social status. They dictated who could wear silk, velvet, or fur, who could use certain colors, and what accessories were appropriate for different classes. The rationale was complex. These laws maintained social hierarchy, reinforced moral expectations, and prevented perceived excess or vanity from disrupting societal order. Yet for ordinary people, they were a constant reminder of the fine line between compliance and punishment. Clothing as a marker of status. Medieval society was highly stratified. Kings, nobles, merchants, artisans, and peasants each occupied defined social positions, and visual cues, especially clothing, signaled these distinctions. Brightly colored fabrics, luxurious furs, and elaborate jewelry were often restricted to the elite. A merchant caught wearing silk or a peasant wearing fine furs could face fines, confiscation, or public humiliation. The laws were also moral instruments. Authorities believed that excessive display of wealth or ambition could disrupt social harmony, incite envy, or encourage moral decay. Clothing became a legalized expression of societal order, ensuring that everyone visibly knew their place. The mechanics of enforcement. Enforcing sumptuary laws relied on local officials, inspectors, and sometimes neighbors. Towns and cities established regulations specifying the exact materials, colors, and styles permitted for each social rank. Violations could lead to a range of punishments. Fines, the most common penalty, often proportional to the cost of the forbidden item. Confiscation. Clothing, jewelry, or accessories could be seized publicly. Public humiliation. Offenders might be paraded through the town square in their illicit garments before officials removed them. Enforcement was both legal and social. Merchants, guilds, and peers played roles in monitoring compliance, making these laws a pervasive influence on daily life. The economic angle. Sumptuary laws were also economic tools. By restricting access to expensive fabrics or luxury goods, authorities protected the local economy and prevented wealthy classes from monopolizing resources. For example, dyes like crimson or ultramarine were costly. Limiting their use to nobility reduced social tensions and reinforced elite privilege. Similarly, restrictions on imported fabrics encouraged local production and kept markets accessible to ordinary people. At the same time, the laws created opportunities for enforcement, fines, and social policing, effectively turning fashion into a form of civic control. Everyday challenges. For ordinary villagers, compliance with sumptuary laws could be tricky. Markets sold fabrics and accessories with varying quality and origin, making it easy to unknowingly violate regulations. Social mobility added complexity. A successful artisan or wealthy merchant aspiring to display status might unintentionally overstep legal boundaries, risking fines or public shame. Families often had to carefully plan clothing purchases to avoid accidental transgressions. Even subtle details mattered. The type of thread used, the presence of a trim or lining, or even the width of a belt could be regulated. Every garment became a potential legal test, and awareness of the laws was essential for survival and reputation. Gender and clothing regulations. Women were particularly scrutinized. Noblewomen might be permitted elaborate dresses with embroidery and jewels, while lower-class women were restricted to simple fabrics and colors. Certain colors or styles could signal ambition or overstepping social boundaries, attracting fines or criticism. Men were also subject to restrictions, though the enforcement focused heavily on visible symbols of wealth and status. In practice, sumptuary laws reinforced both gender hierarchies and class hierarchies, linking morality, ambition, and social appearance in ways that shaped daily life. Social pressure and compliance. Compliance with sumptuary laws was reinforced through gossip, observation, and community enforcement. Neighbors might report violations, merchants could refuse to sell prohibited fabrics, and guilds monitored the behavior of their members. Even if legal enforcement was inconsistent, social pressure ensured that the laws shaped everyday decisions. Choosing what to wear was no longer purely personal. It involved awareness of social norms, legal boundaries, and potential consequences. An open question. Now imagine preparing for a festival or church service. You have the wealth to wear fine silks or furs, but the law forbids it for your social rank. You know that overstepping could bring fines, confiscation, or public humiliation. Would you risk flaunting your status or conform to the restrictions? And more broadly, what does the policing of clothing tell us about how medieval society controlled behavior, ambition, and appearance in ways that extended far beyond fashion? The answers were never simple, and navigating them shaped the rhythms of daily life, social perception, and survival in subtle yet powerful ways. The morning sun lights up the town square, casting shadows along cobblestones that have borne centuries of foot traffic. Merchants set up stalls, children chase one another between carts, and villagers bustle toward work. Yet beneath this ordinary rhythm lies a web of legal and social oversight that touches every garment, belt, and bit of jewelry. Sumptuary laws are in effect, silently enforcing the rigid hierarchy of medieval life. The enforcement of these laws was both formal and informal, blending legal authority with social vigilance. Guilds, inspectors, and even neighbors could act as enforcers, ensuring that everyone knew their place through visible markers like clothing. Legal enforcement, fines and confiscation. Town courts, magistrates, and guild officials monitored compliance with sumptuary laws. Violations triggered a variety of consequences. Fines, often proportional to the value of the forbidden garment, color, or accessory. A peasant caught wearing dyed silk might pay a substantial portion of their weekly earnings. Confiscation. Illegal garments or jewelry could be seized publicly. This served both as punishment and as a warning to the wider community. Public humiliation. Offenders might be paraded through the marketplace wearing their illegal attire, sometimes with signs indicating their violation. The goal was dual: punish the individual and reinforce visible boundaries between social classes. Fashion became law in a literal sense, a daily reminder that social mobility and ambition had limits. Guild oversight and market surveillance. Guilds played a central role. Bakers, tailors, and merchants were members of organized networks that regulated production, pricing, and trade. In the realm of clothing, guilds ensured that tailors and merchants did not sell restricted fabrics to the wrong social class. Monitored adherence to styles, colors, and materials dictated by law. Reported violators to town authorities, or imposed guild-specific fines and penalties. Guild oversight created a dual layer of enforcement, legal and professional. Merchants had to navigate both the laws of the town and the scrutiny of their peers. Breaking these rules risked financial loss, legal punishment, and damage to reputation. Daily life under surveillance. For townspeople, adherence to sumptuary laws required constant vigilance. Buying fabric or a new garment meant more than assessing quality, it meant ensuring the item did not violate class restrictions. Even small details could provoke penalties: a trim in the wrong color, a lining of forbidden silk, or jewelry that exceeded the allowed size. Awareness of regulations was essential. Families educated children in these laws, emphasizing subtle markers that separated classes and reinforced morality. Gendered enforcement. Women were particularly affected. Noblewomen enjoyed privileges in clothing, but lower-class women were heavily restricted. Wearing fabrics or styles outside their rank could lead to severe consequences. Men faced restrictions as well, though enforcement focused more on ostentatious displays of wealth. For example, a wealthy merchant might be legally barred from wearing furs or colors reserved for the aristocracy, while common men were prohibited from extravagant hats or belts. These laws reinforced gender hierarchies alongside class distinctions, embedding morality, status, and social conformity into daily choices about appearance. Economic and social motivation. Sumptuary laws were not purely moral or aesthetic. They served economic and social purposes. Preserving class distinctions. Restricting access to luxury goods kept elites visually and economically distinct. Protecting local markets. Limiting imports or expensive fabrics ensured that local artisans and merchants retained customers within their permitted markets. Controlling ambition. Preventing lower classes from displaying wealth discouraged social unrest and protected established hierarchies. The result was a society where every stitch and dye could have legal, economic, and social consequences. Case studies: breaking the rules. Historical records, offer examples of sumptuary law enforcement. A wealthy merchant in London was fined for wearing velvet, a fabric legally restricted to nobility. A group of peasants in Florence were publicly humiliated for wearing bright dyes and jewelry that exceeded their class allowances. Tailors and merchants who sold prohibited fabrics faced guild penalties, including fines and temporary bans from trade. Each case reinforced a visible hierarchy and reminded the community that social boundaries were monitored both formally and informally. Social pressure and moral policing. Even when officials were absent, villagers monitored each other. Gossip, observation, and public commentary enforced compliance. Those who flaunted the rules risked more than legal fines. They risked social ostracization, loss of trust, and damaged reputation. The social aspect was crucial. Compliance was not only about obeying the law, but about being accepted within the community. Clothing became a tool of both law and moral instruction. An open question. Picture preparing for a festival or church gathering. You have the means to wear luxurious silk or decorative furs, but the law forbids it. The crowd will notice every detail. One misstep could result in fines, public humiliation, or confiscation. Would you comply, or risk flouting the rules to signal status or ambition? How much of medieval life was dictated not by desire or taste, but by a complex network of laws, guilds, and social observation? These questions highlight the subtle power of sumptuary laws in shaping behavior, identity, and the very fabric of medieval society. The marketplace hums with life under a midday sun, yet behind every stall, every merchant, and every villager lies a subtle system of observation and control. Sumptuary laws were not abstract rules, they were lived realities, regulating appearance, signaling social hierarchy, and policing ambition through threads and dyes. For ordinary people, survival and social acceptance depended on careful attention to these laws. A misstep, wearing silk too fine for your rank, donning a forbidden fur, or displaying extravagant jewelry could trigger fines, public humiliation, or confiscation. The visibility of crime. What made sumptuary laws so effective was their visibility. Clothing and accessories were public statements. Violations were immediately apparent. A peasant wearing a rich velvet sash or a merchant sporting a fur trimmed with forbidden gold thread could be identified instantly. Officials, guild members, and neighbors were quick to react. Punishments often included public displays. The offender paraded in their illicit garments, fines collected in the open market, or confiscated items exhibited as warnings. This visibility ensured that the law was not just about compliance, but about reinforcing social memory. Communities remembered who had overstepped, and the lesson extended beyond the individual to all observers. Everyday strategies for compliance. Navigating these laws required constant awareness. Knowledge of regulations. Townspeople had to know which fabrics, colors, and accessories were allowed for their rank. Relying on trusted merchants. Purchasing from established, law-abiding sellers reduced the risk of accidental violations. Avoiding temptation. Even wealthy commoners aspiring to display status had to weigh ambition against potential punishment. Adapting attire subtly. Minor embellishments, limited use of color, and careful selection of accessories allowed some personal expression without breaking the law. The result was a society where clothing functioned as a delicate negotiation between personal desire, social expectation, and legal constraint. Gender status and moral expectation. Women bore the brunt of scrutiny, particularly noblewomen whose garments symbolized both rank and virtue. Lower-class women faced strict limits on adornment, while men were monitored for ostentatious displays of wealth, particularly through furs, hats, and jewelry. The laws encoded morality as well as hierarchy, Excessive display was equated with vanity, ambition, or moral corruption. Clothing became a vehicle for social teaching. Wear what is proper, know your place, and maintain community order. Economic and social consequences. Breaking sumptuary laws carried multiple costs. Financial. Fines were proportionate to the infraction and could be devastating for lower classes. Professional. Merchants, tailors, and guild members risked trade restrictions or guild sanctions. Social. Public humiliation and gossip could undermine reputation and affect social relationships. The enforcement of these rules created a tightly woven web connecting law, economy, and social perception. The laws shaped not only attire but behavior, ambition, and everyday decision-making. Case examples. Historical records provide vivid examples. In 14th century London, a prosperous merchant was fined for wearing a crimson robe, a color restricted to the nobility. His wealth did not exempt him from the law. Public visibility mattered more than status alone. In Florence, peasants wearing brightly dyed clothing were publicly displayed with confiscated items, demonstrating both the punitive and educational role of sumptuary enforcement. Tailors and shopkeepers who knowingly sold prohibited materials faced fines and temporary bans, reinforcing guild oversight and social trust. These cases highlight the intersection of legal authority, economic pressure, and moral expectation in everyday life. Reflection on the broader cultural impact. Sumptuary laws illustrate the ways medieval societies sought to control not just resources but human behavior, appearance, and ambition. Clothing was far more than decoration. It was a tool of hierarchy, morality, and social stability. These laws remind us that medieval life was governed by subtle but pervasive regulations. Survival, social acceptance, and economic security all required attentiveness to both visible and invisible rules. Every stitch, dye, and accessory became a potential test of compliance, morality, and prudence. An open question. Picture yourself preparing for an important social event in a medieval town. You possess the means to display wealth and status, yet the laws forbid it. Every neighbor is watching. Every official could intervene. Do you comply and blend into your assigned social stratum, or risk ambition at the cost of legal and social penalties? The story of sumptuary laws raises a timeless question. How much of human behavior is shaped by external rules, social observation, and fear of consequences, and how much by personal desire? Even today, we navigate similar tensions between appearance, status, and societal expectation, albeit in less codified ways. Story 8. The medieval fines for insulting the king's messenger words that could cost you gold or worse. Picture a medieval town square, bustling with merchants, farmers, and townspeople. The sun glints off cartwheels and the occasional polished armor of passing soldiers. Suddenly, a herald enters clad in the insignia of the crown, carrying a scroll or trumpet. Every eye turns. The messenger does not simply deliver news, he carries the authority of the king himself. In medieval Europe, the king's messengers were considered extensions of royal power. To insult, resist, or obstruct them was not merely a breach of etiquette, it was a serious crime. Townspeople learned quickly that careless words or actions could result in hefty fines, imprisonment, or even corporal punishment. This legal structure reflects both the practical need for secure communication and the symbolic weight of authority. Messengers ensured that royal edicts, tax notices, and legal orders reached their destination. Interfering with them, even verbally, threatened both governance and social order. The authority behind the messenger. Royal messengers were more than ordinary couriers. They were empowered to deliver summons to court, collecting fines or enforcing judgments, communicate royal decrees, taxes, or conscriptions, investigate minor disputes, or verify the implementation of laws. Insulting a messenger was treated as an affront to the crown itself. Town courts could levy fines, demand public apologies, or order imprisonment. Chroniclers from England, France, and Germany record cases where verbal slights escalated to punishments that impoverished the offender or left them physically humiliated. Legal framework. The medieval legal system emphasized respect for authority. Laws varied by kingdom, but the principles were similar. Verbal offenses. Insulting a messenger through mocking, shouting, or threatening was legally actionable. Obstruction. Preventing the messenger from performing duties, even inadvertently, could result in fines or harsher penalties. Enforcement. Local lords, sheriffs, or town councils were responsible for adjudicating violations. Penalties could include gold fines, forced labor, or confinement. Even accidental disrespect could be punished. A peasant who questioned a messenger's orders or expressed frustration over taxes risked significant consequences. The law treated words as instruments capable of undermining authority. The social implications. The enforcement of fines for insulting messengers reinforced hierarchy. Royal authority extended into daily life, making even mundane interactions potentially perilous. Townspeople quickly learned the importance of measured speech, careful tone, and deference. Social memory amplified the law's reach. Stories circulated about neighbors punished for careless words. Families used these tales to educate children about proper behavior. The threat was not only physical or financial, but also social, shaping reputation and trust within the community. Economic and practical consequences. Fines for insulting messengers could be substantial. For a peasant, losing a few shillings might mean going without grain or firewood for a week. Merchants could face financial penalties that disrupted trade. In extreme cases, imprisonment or corporal punishment compounded the economic burden. Public shaming, being forced to stand in the market or on the village green while the fine was read aloud, ensured that the lesson extended beyond the individual offender. Human stories behind the law. Historical records reveal a variety of incidents. In 13th century England, a villager reportedly mocked a tax collector in front of neighbors and was fined the equivalent of a month's wages. In France, a merchant who questioned a messenger's authority was required to perform public penance and pay a fine that nearly bankrupted him. In German towns, local councils sometimes added additional punishments, forcing offenders to kneel or hold a sign declaring their offense for hours. These examples illustrate the intersection of speech, authority, and survival. Words carried weight. A careless phrase could ripple through family, finances, and social standing. An open question. Now, imagine yourself encountering a royal messenger in the town square. The messenger delivers news that you find frustrating or unfair, perhaps a new tax or a call to arms. You feel anger and a desire to speak your mind. Would you remain silent, recognizing the power behind the messenger's words, or risk verbal protest at a potentially devastating cost? And more broadly, what does the criminalization of speech tell us about authority, control, and the everyday negotiation of power in medieval society? The town square is quiet now, the initial bustle of market activity giving way to the slow rhythm of daily life. Yet a tension lingers, invisible but palpable. Royal messengers could appear at any time, bearing news that demanded attention and respect. Their presence extended the king's authority into the ordinary lives of townspeople, creating a system in which words, sometimes casual or careless, carried real consequences. Mechanisms of enforcement. Enforcing fines for insulting messengers required both law and observation. Local officials, town councils, and sheriffs were responsible for adjudicating offenses, but much of enforcement relied on witnesses. Neighbors, bystanders, or even the messengers themselves would report transgressions to authorities. Punishments varied according to social status, severity, and local custom. Peasants and laborers, typically fined modest sums, forced to perform labor, or publicly humiliated. Merchants could face more significant fines that impacted their business operations. Confiscation of goods or temporary suspension from trade was possible. Nobility or wealthy townspeople, although generally protected by higher status, even minor infractions could lead to fines or forced apologies when the affront was public and undeniable. The goal was to maintain respect for authority while reinforcing social order. Even when fines were minor, the public nature of punishment ensured that the lesson extended to the community. The psychology of compliance. The threat of punishment shaped behavior profoundly. Villagers quickly learned to temper their words, showing deference even when frustrated or angry. Silence, carefully chosen speech, and exaggerated politeness became survival strategies. Stories of neighbors punished for verbal offenses circulated widely, reinforcing social memory. Parents educated children about the dangers of speaking out of turn. Merchants instructed apprentices on proper etiquette when interacting with officials or messengers. Over time, fear and caution became embedded in everyday communication. The role of social observation. In a tightly knit community, the eyes of neighbors extended the reach of law. Gossip, reporting, and collective memory acted as informal enforcers. Even in the absence of officials, townspeople could be held accountable for verbal offenses. Social surveillance ensured compliance and reinforced authority. A single insult might trigger public shaming or fines, but the broader effect was psychological. Everyone learned to weigh words carefully, knowing that speech was a form of power that could be punished. Case studies: when words cost gold. Historical accounts provide vivid illustrations. In 14th century England, a villager allegedly shouted insults at a messenger delivering tax notices. The court fined him the equivalent of several weeks' wages and forced him to kneel in the marketplace wearing a placard detailing his offense. In France, a merchant who questioned a messenger's authority in public was required to apologize before the town council and pay a fine equivalent to his weekly income, effectively teaching both compliance and humility. In German cities, offenders were sometimes publicly flogged or required to perform menial labor while wearing identifying symbols of guilt. These cases reveal the human stakes. Words could harm more than reputation; they could threaten livelihoods, social standing, and even personal freedom. Economic and political dimensions. Fines and penalties served multiple functions. Revenue for authorities. Punitive fines supplemented town or royal coffers. Political control. Insulting a messenger became a proxy for challenging royal authority, and punishing such offenses reinforced power hierarchies. Social cohesion. Visible consequences reinforced norms, teaching residents to respect hierarchy and reducing potential unrest. By criminalizing verbal offenses against messengers, medieval authorities reinforced both practical and symbolic power structures. Survival and strategy. Ordinary townspeople developed strategies to navigate this legal landscape. Measured speech, choosing words carefully to express frustration without insult. Deference and politeness, addressing messengers with exaggerated courtesy, even when angered by the content of their message. Community knowledge, learning from others' experiences and stories to avoid missteps. Communication became a form of risk management, and daily life required careful attention to verbal behavior as much as physical survival. An open question. Picture encountering a royal messenger delivering unwelcome news, perhaps a new tax, military conscription, or a legal summons. The words sting, and your impulse is to protest. Do you speak your mind, risking fines, labor, or humiliation? Or do you remain silent, safeguarding your reputation and livelihood. And more broadly, what does this system tell us about medieval society's approach to power, authority, and the regulation of speech? How do invisible threats like fines for words shape behavior, trust, and social cohesion in ways that echo across centuries? The town square has quieted again, the merchants tending their stalls, the children playing near the fountain. Yet the shadow of authority lingers in every corner, carried on the presence of messengers who might appear without warning. In medieval Europe, words were not harmless. They were instruments of power, and the act of insulting a royal messenger could have repercussions far beyond the immediate exchange. For ordinary people, survival and social positioning depended on navigating this invisible web. A careless insult could mean fines that depleted household resources, forced labor that interrupted daily work, or public humiliation that marked a person socially for months. Speech itself was a regulated commodity, and townspeople learned to wield it with care. Public punishment and social memory. When offenses occurred, punishments were intentionally visible. The offender might be required to stand in the marketplace with a placard declaring the offense, kneel before town officials or the messenger while paying fines, perform public labor or other penances that marked their guilt to all observers. These punishments served both as individual correction and community instruction. The public nature of enforcement ensured that the lesson extended beyond the offender, reinforcing the social hierarchy and reminding the town that the king's authority was omnipresent even in speech. The subtle power of words. The medieval approach to regulating speech illustrates the broader understanding of authority. Words could challenge social order. A shouted insult questioned the messengers and, by extension, the king's authority. Influence perception. Gossip or rumor could magnify offenses and spread disobedience. Carry economic consequences. Fines drained wealth and affected livelihoods. By criminalizing verbal affronts, authorities controlled both action and communication, demonstrating that survival in medieval towns required careful attention to language as well as behavior. Strategies for survival. Villagers developed subtle tactics to protect themselves. Measured speech. Even when frustrated, citizens learned to couch complaints in deferential language. Appeasement. Offering gifts, small tokens, or gestures of respect could mitigate risk when interacting with messengers. Observation. Learning from the missteps of neighbors and sharing warnings about verbal offenses became an essential form of social intelligence. These strategies reflect a broader theme in medieval life: the constant negotiation between personal expression, social compliance, and survival under a rigid hierarchy. Economic and political implications. The fines imposed on offenders were more than punitive, they served multiple functions. Revenue. Fines supplemented local or royal coffers. Power reinforcement. Punishing verbal offenses reinforced the reach of authority, ensuring that the crown's presence was felt even in remote towns. Social control. Public consequences educated the population, reducing the likelihood of collective defiance. The system highlights the intertwined nature of law, economy, and politics in medieval governance. Human stories and daily life. Historical examples demonstrate the impact on ordinary life. A villager in England mocked a messenger delivering tax assessments and was fined enough to disrupt household provisioning. In France, a merchant publicly questioned a messenger's authority, leading to fines and public penance that damaged his business reputation. German towns sometimes imposed corporal punishment or community service on verbal offenders, emphasizing the symbolic weight of words. These incidents remind us that medieval life was shaped not only by survival and labor, but by awareness of social and legal constraints, where even seemingly minor actions could have lasting consequences. Reflection, words as instruments of power. The criminalization of verbal offenses against messengers reveals a society acutely aware of the power of language. Authority extended into daily life through speech, ensuring that obedience, respect, and hierarchy were maintained. For modern readers, this may seem extreme, yet the principle resonates. Words have power, and their regulation has always been a tool for maintaining order, influencing behavior, and asserting authority. In medieval towns, knowing when to speak, what to say, and how to respond could mean the difference between survival and ruin. An open question. Imagine seeing a royal messenger delivering a summons or tax notice. Your instinct is anger or frustration. Do you voice it, risking fines, labor, or public humiliation? Or do you temper your words, protecting your household and reputation? The answer reflects a larger truth about medieval life. Survival depended as much on careful navigation of social and legal networks as on labor, skill, or wealth. The regulation of speech reminds us that authority can be exercised not only through force, but through rules that shape the way people think, speak, and interact every day. Story 9. The medieval punishment for leaving the toilet seat up, how minor offenses could be taken seriously. Picture a medieval household. Wooden beams creak overhead, a fire smolders in the hearth, and the aroma of cooking fills the air. In a corner, a simple latrine or privy serves the family's most basic needs. To modern eyes, this might seem mundane, even humorous, but in medieval Europe, small lapses in hygiene and etiquette could carry surprisingly serious consequences. Medieval law and social custom often treated minor domestic offenses with unexpected gravity. Leaving a privy uncovered, failing to clean public latrines, or allowing waste to spill into common areas could trigger fines, social shaming, or even legal action. What might seem trivial today was, in that context, a matter of community health, moral propriety, and civic responsibility. Hygiene as a social and legal concern. Communities in medieval towns were tightly packed. Streets were narrow, homes were close together, and waste management was rudimentary. Latrines, cesspits, and open drains were common. Improper disposal of waste posed a serious threat to health, spreading disease and creating unsanitary conditions that could affect entire neighborhoods. Because of these risks, local authorities codified rules governing sanitation. Offenses included leaving a latrine seat uncovered in communal areas, dumping waste into streets or rivers, failing to maintain private or public privies adequately. These offenses were punishable with fines, forced labor, or public shamming. Chronic offenders could even be brought before town courts for repeated negligence. The intersection of morality and practicality. Medieval attitudes toward cleanliness were deeply intertwined with morality. Foul smells or visible filth were not only health hazards, they were signs of negligence, disorder, and moral laxity. A household failing to maintain proper sanitation could be perceived as careless or even sinful. Laws regulating minor offenses, including privy etiquette, reinforced both practical and moral order. The goal was to protect public health, maintain communal hygiene, and promote social norms regarding personal responsibility. Compliance was both a civic duty and a moral imperative. Social observation and accountability. In a medieval town, neighbors were constant observers. A privy left uncovered or overflowing could be noticed immediately, creating social pressure to maintain hygiene. Community members might report violations to local officials, enforce minor penalties, or ridicule negligent households. The consequences of these small actions extended beyond the individual family. Sanitation affected everyone in the vicinity. Negligence could lead to contamination of wells, spread of disease, and general discomfort, making enforcement of even minor hygiene laws essential to community survival. Fines and public humiliation. Historical records show that penalties for minor sanitation offenses could be surprisingly strict. Small fines, often a few pence, were imposed for leaving privies uncovered or failing to clean latrines. Public shamming involved placing offenders in stocks, displaying signs indicating the offense, or having them clean communal facilities under supervision. In repeated or severe cases, offenders faced more substantial penalties, including labor obligations or legal prosecution. These measures reinforced compliance and reminded the community that even seemingly minor oversights had social, legal, and health consequences. Human stories behind the law. Medieval chronicles contain anecdotes illustrating the weight of these regulations. In 14th century England, a local official fined a family for allowing waste from their privy to spill onto the street, requiring them to pay a penalty and publicly clean the area. In German towns, residents who left shared latrines uncleaned were subjected to public censure, often accompanied by humiliation in the town square. In some Italian cities, repeated failure to maintain hygiene led to more serious court proceedings, linking sanitation directly with civic responsibility. These examples highlight how daily life, seemingly mundane, was structured around rules that safeguarded both health and social order. Balancing personal freedom and community responsibility. Minor sanitation laws illustrate a central theme in medieval life: the tension between individual behavior and communal well-being. Private actions, even in one's household, had public consequences. Compliance ensured not only personal safety, but the health and reputation of the entire community. Every resident had to navigate these expectations, balancing convenience, personal habits, and social responsibility. The enforcement of small rules like latrine etiquette demonstrates how tightly regulated medieval society was, even in areas we might now consider private or trivial. An open question. Now imagine living in a crowded medieval town. You are busy with work, chores, and family obligations. A momentary oversight leaves the privy uncleaned or uncovered. Neighbors notice. Officials might arrive. Fines await, and social embarrassment looms. Would you act differently if every minor domestic detail could have legal and social repercussions? How does the policing of such seemingly trivial actions reveal the ways medieval communities prioritized collective survival, hygiene, and moral order over individual convenience? Even the most mundane aspects of life carried weight, and small actions could ripple through social, legal, and health networks in ways that modern readers rarely consider. The town square is quiet in the early afternoon, but the influence of medieval law reaches even the smallest corners of life. Behind every house, alley, and communal latrine, rules govern behavior with surprising strictness. For residents, failure to maintain hygiene, such as leaving a privy uncovered or failing to clean a shared facility, was not merely inconvenient. It could have real consequences for both health and social standing. Medieval authorities understood that cleanliness was essential for survival. Contaminated streets, overflowing latrines, and waste in common areas could spread disease quickly. Enforcing minor sanitation laws helped protect the community while reinforcing social order and personal responsibility. Local officials and inspectors. Town officials, bailiffs, and other designated inspectors monitored compliance with sanitation rules. Their duties included inspecting communal latrines, ensuring they were clean and properly maintained, checking private privies, particularly in densely populated towns where waste could spill into public areas, issuing fines or penalties for violations such as uncovered latrines, improper disposal of waste, or repeated negligence. Officials often relied on reports from neighbors or guild members, demonstrating the communal nature of enforcement. Observation was key. Even minor lapses could be detected and punished. Fines and punishments. Sanitation offenses were addressed through a combination of financial and social penalties. Fines, small monetary payments, were the most common form of punishment, but for poor households, even a modest sum could strain resources. Public censure. Offenders could be required to clean public latrines or streets while neighbors watched, serving both as remediation and warning. Labor obligations. Repeated or severe offenses could result in mandated work for the town, linking hygiene directly with civic responsibility. The goal was both practical and symbolic, to enforce rules that protected health and maintained moral and social order. Social surveillance and moral expectation. Neighbors and community members played a crucial role in enforcement. Gossip, complaints, and social pressure ensured compliance even when officials were not present. The moral undertone of sanitation laws was clear. Negligence was not just unhygienic, it was a sign of laziness, carelessness, or even moral failing. Maintaining a clean household and communal space reflected discipline, respect for neighbors, and civic virtue. Domestic strategies for compliance. Families developed routines to ensure compliance and avoid punishment. Regular maintenance, cleaning privies daily or after use to prevent complaints. Covering latrines, wooden seats, lids, or movable barriers reduced exposure and risk. Monitoring shared facilities. When using public latrines, households ensured they left them clean for the next person. Compliance required vigilance, particularly in crowded urban centers where neglect could quickly impact neighbors and invite scrutiny. Case studies from medieval towns. Historical records provide examples of enforcement. In 13th century London, a family was fined for leaving waste in a street gutter, requiring them to pay a fee and perform public cleaning. In Nuremberg, Germany, residents who neglected shared latrines faced public shamming, including standing in the square while scrubbing the facilities. In Florence, repeated failures to maintain private or communal privies led to legal proceedings, demonstrating that even domestic negligence could escalate to formal judicial attention. These incidents show that medieval life was structured to make even small, private actions socially and legally consequential. Public health and survival. Sanitation laws were not arbitrary. Disease outbreaks such as dysentery, cholera, or typhoid spread quickly through neglected waste. Maintaining hygienic practices reduced these risks. Enforcement, therefore, was both a public health measure and a social regulation. Villagers understood that minor offenses, if ignored, could threaten everyone. Responsibility for cleanliness extended beyond personal comfort. It was a matter of communal survival. An open question. Now picture yourself as a medieval villager juggling household chores, market duties, and family care. One small oversight, an uncovered latrine or spilled waste, catches the eye of a neighbor or official. The consequences may include fines, public humiliation, or extra labor. Would you approach everyday tasks differently if even minor missteps could have social, legal, and health ramifications? How does the policing of such small details illuminate the broader priorities and values of medieval society, where collective survival often outweighed individual convenience? The sun dips low over the medieval town, casting long shadows across cobblestone streets. Life appears ordinary. Children run along alleyways, merchants pack up their stalls, and families prepare their evening meals. Yet behind the routine lies a strict network of rules governing even the most mundane aspects of daily life. Sanitation laws, such as fines for leaving latrines uncovered, demonstrate that in medieval society, no detail was too small to escape scrutiny. For townspeople, minor oversights could have disproportionate effects. A spilled privy, an unclean shared latrine, or an uncovered toilet seat might result in fines, labor obligations, or public shaming. The law reached into private homes, reflecting a society that prioritized collective health and social order over personal convenience. Public punishment and social memory. When a household failed to maintain hygiene, enforcement often included visible penalties. Fines, a common penalty that, for poor families, could threaten their survival or disrupt weekly provisioning. Public cleaning duties. Offenders were sometimes required to scrub streets, latrines, or public spaces while neighbors watched. Social censure. Embarrassment served as both punishment and instruction, reinforcing community norms. These measures were not arbitrary. By making punishments visible, authorities ensured that lessons extended beyond the individual to the wider community. Social memory reinforced compliance, and families learned from each other's mistakes. Practical and moral dimensions. Sanitation laws were practical, preventing the spread of disease in crowded urban environments. Yet they also carried moral weight. Cleanliness was equated with virtue. Negligence was a sign of laziness, disorder, or moral failing. Proper care of privies, streets, and communal spaces reflected discipline, responsibility, and respect for neighbors. This dual purpose, protecting both health and morality, meant that even minor domestic actions were treated as matters of public concern. Daily life under scrutiny. To navigate these laws, households developed careful routines. Routine cleaning. Privies and latrines were maintained diligently, especially in communal areas. Preventive measures. Wooden lids or covers minimized exposure and prevented accidental violation. Community vigilance. Families monitored neighbors' habits, exchanging warnings to avoid penalties or public censure. Survival required not only labor and resourcefulness, but also attentiveness to seemingly trivial actions that could carry legal or social repercussions. Case studies, lessons in compliance. Historical examples illustrate how seriously minor sanitation breaches were treated. In 13th century London, a household was fined and required to clean a street gutter after allowing privy waste to overflow into public space. In Nuremberg, residents who left communal latrines uncleaned faced public humiliation while performing cleaning duties. Florence courts occasionally escalated repeated sanitation offenses to formal legal proceedings, emphasizing that domestic negligence could affect public order and health. These stories underscore that medieval life demanded constant vigilance, blending personal responsibility with communal oversight. Broader implications. Sanitation laws highlight the interplay between individual actions and societal priorities. Even minor domestic behavior had consequences for public health, social cohesion, and moral perception. Medieval authorities understood that neglect in small matters could ripple outward, threatening the well-being of the entire community. The enforcement of seemingly trivial rules illustrates how medieval society maintained order through a combination of law, social pressure, and moral expectation. Survival was not only about work and sustenance, it was about careful adherence to norms that protected both individuals and the collective. Reflection and an open question. Imagine ending a long day of work, only to realize a momentary oversight, an uncleaned latrine, or an uncovered privy could result in fines, public humiliation, or extra labor. Would you approach daily routines differently if every action, no matter how small, could affect your standing, your resources, or your community's health? And what does this reveal about medieval priorities, where personal convenience was often secondary to collective survival and moral order? Even the most mundane aspects of life carried significance, showing that medieval society was structured not just around kings, wars, and markets, but also around the careful regulation of everyday behavior. Story 10. The medieval penalties for lying about the weather, how false predictions could get you fined. Imagine a small medieval village at the edge of a vast forest. Farmers prepare their fields for planting, merchants plan trade routes, and families gather to discuss the coming week. In a society where survival hinges on agriculture, the weather is more than a topic of conversation, it is a force that can determine life or death. Crops, livestock, and even the safety of travel depend on accurate knowledge of rain, frost, or storms. In such a context, weather predictions were not merely practical, they carried social and legal significance. Villagers relied on forecasts delivered by elders, local seers, or travelers. But when false predictions were made, whether through exaggeration, deceit, or misjudgment, medieval communities often responded with fines, public censure, or other penalties. The importance of accurate forecasts. Agriculture dominated medieval life. A late frost could destroy seedlings, while unexpected rain could flood fields. Farmers and laborers depended on information about upcoming weather too. Plan planting and harvesting schedules. Allocate labor for field work, irrigation, or protection of crops. Prepare storage for food or fodder in anticipation of storms. Incorrect forecasts had tangible consequences. Crops could fail, animals might suffer, and families could face famine. Accuracy was not a matter of curiosity, it was essential for survival. Legal and social enforcement. Medieval communities took false weather predictions seriously. Villages established informal systems and sometimes formal local ordinances to punish those who spread misleading information. Offenses included claiming rain would come or cease when it would not, predicting storms that did not materialize, causing unnecessary labor or expense, deliberately exaggerating weather threats to gain advantage in trade, labor contracts, or personal influence. Penalties ranged from small fines to public censure. In some towns, repeat offenders faced forced labor or additional social sanctions. Accuracy in weather forecasting became a regulated responsibility, linking information, trust, and survival. Human stories and consequences. Historical accounts offer glimpses of how seriously false predictions were treated. In 14th century England, a villager predicted a week of rain, causing farmers to delay planting. When the weather remained dry, he was fined for misleading the community. In Italy, a local seer claiming an imminent frost led to unnecessary harvesting and labor. He was publicly censured and fined for causing economic disruption. In Germany, merchants who exaggerated storms to deter trade or influence market decisions were punished by town councils, demonstrating the economic and social weight of weather information. These examples highlight that even word-spoken predictions about nature could have serious consequences, reinforcing trust, accountability, and community survival. The role of social trust. Accuracy in weather prediction was tied to social reputation. Villagers relied on trusted elders or recognized seers. A single false claim could damage credibility, while repeated errors might result in exclusion from communal decision-making. Trust was a form of currency. Farmers, traders, and neighbors had to assess not just the content of the prediction, but also the reliability of the person delivering it. The community enforced compliance both socially and legally, creating an intricate system in which survival depended on honesty and observation. An open question. Picture yourself as a medieval farmer preparing your fields. A local elder predicts a week of heavy rain. Do you delay planting, invest labor, and adjust your schedule based on the forecast? Or do you question the prediction, knowing that false information could lead to fines, wasted effort, or social friction? How did communities navigate the tension between human judgment, social trust, and survival when even the weather could become a matter of law? And what does this tell us about the delicate balance of information, responsibility, and accountability in medieval life. The village awakens to the smell of damp earth and freshly plowed fields. Farmers move with purpose, guided by the rhythms of the seasons and the counsel of local elders. In medieval life, accurate knowledge of weather was not a luxury, it was essential. Yet as reliable as some predictions could be, misinformation, intentional or accidental, posed risks to entire communities. False weather forecasts were treated seriously because their consequences were tangible. Delayed planting, failed crops, and wasted labor threatened both personal survival and communal stability. Medieval authorities recognized this, blending legal enforcement with social oversight to ensure accountability. Legal enforcement and community oversight. Local councils, magistrates, and guilds sometimes formalized rules governing weather predictions. Penalties for false or misleading claims were diverse. Fines, monetary penalties were common for individuals whose predictions caused economic harm. Even a modest fine could strain a poor household or deter others from careless speech. Public censure. Offenders might be publicly admonished, forced to apologize, or perform remedial labor to compensate for the disruption caused. Repeat offenses. Chronic exaggerators or liars could face harsher penalties, including temporary exclusion from communal decisions regarding planting, trade, or market activities. Community enforcement supplemented legal authority. Neighbors, fellow farmers, and guild members monitored claims, correcting or reporting those who spread false information. The economics of weather forecasting. Weather predictions were closely tied to economic decision-making. Farmers relied on forecasts for planting and harvesting schedules, determining when to allocate labor or protect crops. Merchants adjusted trade routes, transport timing, and storage plans based on anticipated storms or rainfall. Laborers and hired workers depended on accurate predictions to plan work schedules and wages. A false prediction could ripple through the local economy, affecting food supply, market prices, and community well-being. Accuracy was a matter of survival as much as morality. Social reputation and the value of trust. In medieval communities, trust was vital. Predictors, whether elders, seers, or local farmers, were valued for reliability. Repeatedly giving inaccurate forecasts could destroy credibility. Elders who misled the village risked losing influence over planting, trade, and communal decisions. Traders or merchants exaggerating storms for personal advantage could be publicly reprimanded and economically penalized. Villagers who consistently provided accurate forecasts gained social authority, reinforcing the value of experience and observation. Trust and reputation functioned as informal enforcement mechanisms alongside fines and public censure. Survival depended not only on the forecast itself, but on the trustworthiness of the messenger. Human stories of prediction and punishment. Historical records illustrate how seriously communities treated false weather predictions. In 13th century France, a villager predicted a frost that did not come, causing the community to harvest prematurely. He was fined and publicly admonished for the disruption. In 14th century England, a traveling trader exaggerated impending storms to discourage rivals, resulting in fines and temporary exclusion from market activities. In Italian towns, repeated inaccurate predictions by a known seer led to formal investigations, illustrating the legal weight of information in communal life. These cases show that words could carry economic, social, and legal consequences, reinforcing a culture in which accuracy and honesty were matters of survival. Survival strategies for villagers. Villagers developed ways to minimize risk when relying on forecasts. Cross-checking predictions, consulting multiple elders, observing natural signs, or comparing prior experience. Moderation in response, avoiding extreme actions based on a single prediction, balancing caution with practicality. Social learning, observing the outcomes of others' reliance on predictions and adjusting behavior accordingly. These strategies reflect the broader principle that survival in medieval communities depended on careful attention to both natural phenomena and human behavior. An open question. Imagine hearing a local elder declare that heavy rains will come within days. Acting on this advice could save crops or waste labor and resources if the prediction is false. Would you trust the elder, hedge your bets, or ignore the forecast entirely? What does the legal and social regulation of weather prediction tell us about medieval priorities, how communities balance trust, risk, survival, and social accountability? And how might this shape our understanding of information, authority, and decision-making in a world without scientific certainty? The village awakens under a pale dawn light, mist rising from the fields. Every farmer, merchant, and laborer moves with careful purpose, guided by experience and the counsel of those believed to understand nature's rhythms. In medieval Europe, the weather was not merely an inconvenience, it was a force that shaped life, labor, and survival. Because of its importance, false or misleading predictions were treated with seriousness that may seem surprising to modern eyes. Public punishment and social memory. Communities enforced consequences for inaccurate forecasts through both formal and social mechanisms. Fines. Offenders could be required to pay sums proportional to the disruption caused. Even small fines could strain a household or business, serving as both punishment and deterrent. Public censure. Villagers might be forced to apologize in public or perform corrective labor, such as assisting with harvest or repairing damages caused by reliance on false predictions. Loss of credibility. Repeated inaccuracies damaged social standing, sometimes permanently reducing the offender's influence over communal decisions. The visibility of punishment ensured that the lesson extended beyond the individual. Neighbors remembered the consequences, creating a culture in which reliability and honesty were essential for social cohesion and survival. The economic and social ripple effects. False forecasts could ripple through entire communities. Crops harvested too early or late might fail, labor could be misallocated, and trade disrupted. Merchants who exaggerated storms might manipulate markets, causing both economic losses and social tension. Authorities and communities treated these disruptions seriously, understanding that even words' predictions about rain or frost had tangible consequences for livelihoods. Enforcement of penalties ensured accountability and reinforced trust in accurate information. Trust as a form of social currency. Trust functioned as a critical social resource. Accurate predictors gained influence, often guiding critical decisions about planting, trade, and preparation for adverse weather. Inaccurate or dishonest predictors faced fines, public embarrassment, and reduced social authority. This dynamic highlights a broader theme. Information was power. Medieval societies had no meteorological science as we know it today, so reputation, observation, and communal enforcement determined whose predictions were trusted and whose words carried risk. Strategies for survival. Villagers developed strategies to navigate this precarious system. Cross-verification, consulting multiple sources, observing environmental signs, or relying on previous experience to gauge accuracy. Hedging actions, adjusting labor and planting schedules gradually rather than committing fully to a single forecast. Community learning, sharing outcomes and experiences to collectively refine decision-making, creating a social feedback loop that reinforced reliability and discouraged deception. These practices reflect the medieval principle that survival depended on the careful evaluation of both natural and human forces. Historical anecdotes. A French villager who predicted frost prematurely disrupted the community's planting schedule and was fined for the economic loss caused. In England, a traveling merchant exaggerated storm warnings to deter competitors, leading to fines and temporary exclusion from market trade. Italian town councils sometimes summoned repeat offenders for formal admonishment, illustrating the seriousness with which misinformation was treated. These cases underscore that in medieval life, information, especially about something as vital as weather, was tightly regulated, socially enforced, and morally weighted. Reflection: words, trust, and survival. The criminalization of false weather predictions illustrates a medieval society acutely aware of the power of words and the consequences of misinformation. Accuracy was essential not just for individual survival, but for community stability, economic well-being, and social trust. Even today, we see parallels. Misinformation, whether about natural events, markets, or politics, can have cascading effects. Medieval communities remind us that the regulation of information and the cultivation of trust have long been central to human societies. An open question. Imagine relying on a local seer or elder to tell you whether your crops will survive a frost. Acting on false information could waste labor, ruin harvests, and harm your family. Would you trust the prediction, hedge your actions, or ignore it entirely? What does this reveal about the delicate balance medieval communities maintained between trust, authority, and survival? And how might understanding this help us appreciate the critical role of accurate information in societies past and present?